Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome to the final today at Keeneland for the fall meet here, of course, at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott Hazelton alongside Tom Leach, and we've got 10 races to close things out, Tom. 3 stakes races on this closing day. Fast conditions, good conditions on the turf course. Got a little bit of rain for a very brief amount of time this morning, and they've set the rail at 0. So all the way down as far as the turf course is concerned, rail at 0.
And it's been out all week.
Yep.
So pristine turf down there, other than it's a little wet.
It is. We got, again, a little moisture. I don't know that we're going to get much more over the course of the afternoon, but I thought that yesterday. I wasn't prepared, and it ended up misting most of the afternoon yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse. So closing day here at Keeneland Racecourse. All of the pools will pay out as far as pick 6, pick 5, pick 4, Toyota Super High 5 the case as well. Over $6,200 carries from yesterday in the Toyota Super High 5, even with one of the favorites winning in the nightcap. You remember that you've got to pick the top 5 finishers in order to win the Toyota Super High 5 and cash a ticket. So that's race number 10 today. We'll remind you of that as we move forward. But we're closing in on Halloween. It was family day out here this morning. Had a lot of activity. A lot of the kids came out dressed up. And, of course, it wouldn't be Halloween time or the fall without the Headless Horseman here at Keeneland Racecourse.
And I think he's making another appearance later in the day. I actually plan to single the Headless Horseman. He's one of a kind, right?
He is. He is one of a kind and of one of the many traditions that we have here at Keeneland, and obviously during the fall time. So we're just, 3 days away from Halloween. So we're getting close. You got your candy ready?
We do. You'll be trick-or-treating at the Breeders' Cup, I guess.
I will. I'm going to be dressing up as Super Mario. That's what my kids have lined up for me. My wife's Luigi. A couple of the girls are princesses from the Super Mario world.
That's why they invented social media.
That's right. And then the daughter who does her own thing, she's going as Taylor Swift. I offered to dress up as Travis Kelce, but she declined. So she wouldn't take it. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this one was an emotional win for so many. The Witt family, for those that are able to watch, Callie's grit, showing a lot of grit out on the front end, kept on going, held off the favorite who was just behind her. Joe Sharp, your entire team, well done with this filly. She was brilliant. And then in the Bank of America Valley View Grade 3 surge capacity, she was bottled up. She was aggressive. And once she got clear, she absolutely burst through. With a cleaner trip, she might have won this race by 5 lengths. Chad Brown, Joel Rosario, Klarovich Stables, Seth Klarman, congratulations. You Almost Had Me ran the biggest race of her career. We saw her win the first 2 races of her career, including a stake at Churchill, but this was a breakout performance. Cox and Gaffleone, 3rd win on the afternoon for Tyler Gaffleone, and then Lady DeBerry on the Clocker Report to close things out on the card. Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown, as he had a double Chad Brown. Again, Clocker picked 2 for 2 yesterday, right? Exactly.
Did Halstead in the first race. And You Almost Had Me. Maybe see that one in that Thanksgiving weekend 2-year-old filly stake at Churchill. She was impressive.
Maybe. That's a good call. That's not a bad shout whatsoever. She's a filly that has a lot of ability. She has had a stiff campaign. I would wonder if maybe they would think about just giving her some time and waiting till 3, but obviously a ton of options there. Tyler Gaffleone, he's 4 clear of Luis Saez coming into the final day. Looks as though Tyler's going to wrap up yet another jockey title, here at Keeneland Racecourse, and Brad Cox has, as far as the trainer standings concerned. It was such a tight race. And then in the last few days, Brad Cox just absolutely thrust clear of that stout group that we have each and every year here as far as the trainers.
If you just went on turf racing, Flavian Pratt might be the leading rider. He's had a nice meet.
Flavian's had a really nice meet, getting some very live calls, tying it all in. WKYT, let's get the latest on closing day weather here at Keeneland.
Well, it's our last day of the Keeneland Fall Meet, and we will notice a few showers for that meet. In fact, they're going to start around the 2 o'clock hour. They're going to remain scattered throughout the afternoon into the evening, and those temperatures are going to settle in the upper 60s. But make sure you go out there and enjoy, because like I said, this is one of our last fall meets. So enjoy your day, and good luck out there, folks.
It is final time for the fall. We'll be back in April. It'll be here before we know it. We'll be down at the sale pavilion in just a few weeks' time for the Keeneland November sale. Less than a few weeks' time, to be exact. 1 week from Wednesday is when the world's biggest and best breeding stock sale will get underway at Keeneland November. But we just keep on rolling. Here, Breeders' Cup Keeneland November, and then we're right into 2024 before we know it.
Always got to be looking ahead to the next meet and the next big race, and a lot of those winners come out of that building just a few feet away from us.
They most certainly do. Horses Racing Age sale, final day of the Keeneland November sale, where you can acquire some free agents. The marketing campaign has been great with the Horses Racing Age sale for 2023. Full card selections, Keeneland Race Day app, easiest way to access them in the palm of your hand, in your smartphone or tablet. And it will be race number 7 before we have a top selection, race 1. I miss the top of this list every time. We have race 1, race 7, and that'll do it as far as the top selections are concerned, lining up.
Yeah, we like the mixture of colors.
We do. A lot of yellows, kind of fallish
there you
today.
Go.
Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland. Give FanDuel TV a follow on X. A lot of Breeders' Cup activity there. Breakfast shows continue through the middle of next week. This is day 2 of those breakfast shows. If you weren't able to access it this morning, which got underway at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, you can access it on demand on the FanDuel TV Plus app. That's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download FanDuel TV Plus right now. You'll also be able to catch each and every race day, the race coverage on FanDuel TV, on FanDuel TV Plus, that app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, as well as Keeneland November sales coverage 1 week from Wednesday. We'll actually be out Tuesday gathering up some information as well. Let's get into one of our featured events. We got 2 graded stakes races today, 3 stakes races in total. Race number 9 in the Hagyard Fayette Stakes. This is, to me, one of the best Hagyard Fayette groups that we have seen in recent years. The competition level is so even. Trademark is now the 9-2 morning line favorite. There are some key scratches with Giant Game and Film Star coming out. So it just goes to show you the depth here, what's remaining with 9-2, 5-1. Don't sleep on Dash Attack, the way that Kenny McPeak's closing out this card. But this is a 1 1/8 mile for the older horses, 3 and up. And I've got the number 6 horse on top. I'm going to take a swing. Speed Bias, a colt by Uncle Mo, a Keeneland September sale graduate for Ramaquette, who we go back to his run at Saratoga back in July, and he sets the pace and is eventually run down by Bright Future. If you recognize that name, you should, because he would come out of this and win a Grade 1, and he's going to be running in the Breeders' Cup Classic next week at Santa Anita. He just worked here yesterday at Keeneland with the entire contingent of Todd Pletcher before going to the West Coast in Arcadia, California. Speed Bias is a horse. He can get very wound up in the paddock. So if you see that, don't be concerned. That is how he acts. I saw it firsthand at the Pimlico Special, where he nearly upset Rattle and Roll. But you look at the runners that he's faced off against: Rattle and Roll, West Willpower, and the Stephen Foster, Bright Future, the eventual Grade 1 winner. He's got speed. He's got the stamina for the 1 1/8 mile distance. I'm going to take a shot with him here today, and he's got course form too. He's won at Keeneland in the past. The 8-horse Law Professor, coming out of the Woodward, which was taken by Zandon, past Toyota Bluegrass winner. Got to respect him. And then to the outside, the number 10 horse, Trademark, for Vicky Oliver and BBN Racing, nearly sprung a mild upset in the Lucas Classic. Was beaten by Clapton, who's preparing for the Breeders' Cup Classic. But I also mentioned Dash Attack. You got to respect him. This is a spread race for me. Ultra competitive, a phenomenally competitive group of handicap horses that have been running against some of the best in the Classic division.
And I ended up taking a bit of a price as well, not the 20-1 as you did with Speed Bias. I took Dash Attack at 8-1 in here, and I don't think either one of us will get the price that was on the morning line because of the scratches. But Dash Attack comes off an impressive allowance victory. Now, did it wire to wire and got a 101 Beyer speed figure. And sometimes wire to wire race can produce a Beyer speed fig that isn't always legitimate. But I think this one looked like to me that it was, because he got hooked turning for home and was able to kick away from the field. This horse ran in a lot of graded stakes races earlier in his career, so clearly they had a high opinion of this horse in the McPeak barn. And perhaps it's a horse that is just now finally putting it all together, steadily improving in those recent races. The last one, that 101 Beyer, was the best yet. He came back and worked 46-4 for a half. on the 14th of October. Now 2 weeks later, running here. And some circumstances have played in his favor. He's by munning, so he will absolutely love any moisture in the ground. And he's 4 for 6 on an off track. It is fast today, and I think it'll stay that way. But there's got to be some moisture in the ground, so that helps a little bit. And this is a horse that I think is... And with Giant Game coming out, the pace scenario is even more favorable for him. Johnny Velasquez goes on this horse. He does great work getting horses out of the gate, which they'll need to do with this horse from what is now the outside position in a 9-horse field. And I just think Dash Attack has found his best form, and at a little bit of a price could maybe upset him in here. He's moving up in class, but went back and looked at past winners of this race. In a 3-year stretch, you had Blame in 09, Successful Dan the next year, and Wise Dan the next year.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody like that in this field, so I think he can handle the Class Jump.
And just to be clear, the 12 is a scratch. I know you've got him as your third selection there. Not time to tidy it up. Best Actor is a scratch here.
Yeah, I would move Speed Bias probably up into that third slot.
All right, that is the Haggard Fayette, one of our co-features today. Let's find out more about the now morning line favorite, Trademark.
Vicky Oliver will saddle Trademark in the Grade 2 Haggard Fayette. It looks like from the race record and the speed figures that he's better than he's ever been. Is that what you see?
Yeah, he keeps improving every start, every breeze, every year. I've had this horse. He just keeps on the improve, and he's just training great.
What about mile and an eighth? He's run at various distances. Could this be his best?
I think a mile and eighth, mile and 16th is his best distance. He can get further. A mile he can get, but not a one-turn mile. He's usually a two-turn horse, and hopefully he'll just stalk off the pace and get some pace in front of him and run after them.
How's he trained out of that race out of Churchill?
Training super. A lot of people ask if he got tired from that hard effort, but he just seems to thrive off of running, training, racing. He just thrives every day off of it, so I think he's doing better than ever.
It's been a good meet for the barn.
Yeah, so far so good. Hopefully we can finish up. We got 3 horses in stakes this weekend. Maybe we can get lucky with a few of them this weekend.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Vicky Oliver. She's got Trademark in the Grade 2 Haggard Fayette.
And she came close, Vicky Oliver, to winning yesterday in the Bank of America Valley View with the filly that was making her second start.
Bling,
Bling.
Yeah, she was head and head with Heavenly Sunday, and then here comes the Chad Brown up the rail.
Yeah, she was in that battle, and then sneaks through Serge, the horse for Clarvich Stables, who got the victory yesterday, Serge Capacity. Excuse me. Let's go on to race number 8, the Grade 3 Bryan Station. This for the Colts and Geldings on the turf course at a mile. The foil to, if you will, the Bank of America Valley View for the fillies. And in here, scratch out Mustache, the 5. That's a late scratch that just came out minutes ago. And then More Than Looks, the 9, the morning line favorite. We knew he was going to scratch in the days leading up to this race because Cherie DeVoe worked him yesterday. And they're taking him to the Breeders' Cup. They're going to be running that 3-year-old in the FanDuel mile, the FanDuel Breeders' Cup mile. That's how much they think of him. If he would have been in here, I think he would have toyed with this field, but he's not, so it's not part of the conversation anymore. So 2 key scratches in this race. I end up with the number 4 horse because of the scratches, Smoky Mandate for trainer Mike Maker. This is a strong Mandate gelding who was runner-up behind More Than Looks in the Jefferson Cup. That breakout performance for More Than Looks, who's going to the Breeders' Cup. He was 3rd in the Gun Runner at Kentucky Downs, broke his maiden at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he's just progressed nicely over the course of the move to the turf course in his recent 4 runs. So I think he's going to be very live. Dude in Colorado, he's consistently been part of the 3-year-old stake scene since he broke his maiden, beaten by Major Dude in the Kitten's Joy. He ran in the Transylvania. He was 3rd behind Gigante, most recently the Secretariat Stakes winner from Arlington Million Weekend. So you got to respect his form that he comes into this race with. And then on the outside, the number 10 horse, a praise for Chad Brown. Chad Brown on the turf, Clarvich Stables. They have good turf horses. They know where to spot them.
Yes, they do.
I think this horse has a big look in here today as well on the outside with Tyler Gaffleone.
My best angle is going to come on a horse that is running in that race, and that is down on the inside. Talk of the Nation, lifetime best buyer figure last time out in a win in the Gun Runner Stakes at Kentucky Downs, and 5 works since then. And this is a horse that was touted heavily back in the spring off the win at Tampa in March, and then was scratched out of a race on Derby Day, a stake, and didn't show up for 3 months. The price is going to be hurt by the scratch of More Than Looks in here, but I just thought Talk of the Nation had maybe a bit of a breakthrough there and is ready to take a step forward. So I have suggested a $50 win play on Talk of the Nation. Now, without More Than Looks, we're not going to get nearly the price that I thought we might on Talk of the Nation. So what you might consider is, I think Scott and I both like Traeger in the preceding race. You could do a double, just a cold double with Traeger to Talk of the Nation if you are on the Talk of the Nation bandwagon, as I am. But I think this horse has a bright future.
He does. We'll see how he handles the good listed ground today. That's the one question, and obviously it would be a question for a lot of these horses. I think most of them, really, when you're looking at the Bryan Station here this afternoon. So Talk of the Nation, he was in that race he beat Strong Mandate, or the son of Strong Mandate, Smoky Mandate, the number 4 horse, the runner that I think has a look in here this afternoon. But pretty wide open grade 3. Let's move back to race number 6 in the card. This will be the first stakes race on the afternoon. It is the Bowman Mill Stakes. Now, these are 2-year-old colts and geldings. We had the fillies run yesterday, and Normandy Hero, the morning line favorite at 5-2 for Rudy Brisset, a colt from the first crop of Omaha Beach, runs for a second time this meet, and he draws post position one yet again. Third race in a row that he'll draw post 1, but he was able to win from post 1 back on the 7th of October in a time of 1:10.4. I've got the 8 on top, Maycox Bay for Mike Stidham. Here's a horse that showed a big move forward last time out at Parks, and the Godolphin team has done a great job with their runners this year. Whomever's training for Godolphin, it's Stidham and Cox for the most part here. Owen Hardy as well when it comes to Keeneland in the spring and fall. But we'll take you back to this colt's most recent run, Maycox Bay, I should say, where he was able to run very big. Actually, this is Cows. I've jumped the gun here, Tom. This is your selection, Cows, for Wayne Catalano.
And this was a horse out in the middle of the track here, finishing strong. Again, it's a turf race, obviously, so he's switching to the dirt here, but really showed a nice ability to sit off the pace and finish. And this horse, there was a buzz around this horse when he was entered here in the spring. Scratched for whatever reason, didn't show up again until that maiden race on Labor Day weekend at Saratoga. Very impressive. Came back and ran well in the Indian Summer Stakes, and the red-hot Tyler Gaffleone takes the mount on this one. The switch to dirt is a question, certainly, but this is a grandson of Uncle Mo, so I think the pedigree's there to handle the dirt. And I just want to hear Kurt Becker saying, Cows, coming to the wire.
Well, we've heard him make the call already. He ran at Keeneland just a few weeks back, and a flurry of these horses making their second start of this meet. So, again, I apologize jumping the gun there. You've got Cows on top. I've got Maycox Bay, and I see it 8-1-2 in today's Bowman Mill Stakes for the 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs.
Yeah, with the scratches in here, I ended up with, obviously, I've got Cows on top, and then after that, then probably looking at Normandy Hero down on the inside and Valentine Candy to finish out my top 3.
So that's the Bowman Mill Stakes. Let's see one of the most anticipated segments of this entire meet on today at Keeneland. The Clocker Report. They're good, but they have been extremely good this meet. You have to recognize the success that they've had, and we're going to start in race number 5.
It's as if they know what they're doing.
Right? Horace Mann, the number 4, and I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Horace Mann for Little Red Feather Racing, colt by Twirling Candy, comes in from Del Mar. He's had local works, 2 of them, in fact. 47 flat is the one that they're focusing in on, and then he followed that up with a 101 and 1 move. We'll see how he handles the good turf course here today. It's D'Amato and Flavian Pratt. If you followed West Coast Racing over the last 5+ years, it's a team that were dominant on the West Coast before Flavian made the decision to head to the East to try to bolster his case for an Eclipse Award. That was behind the mindset there, and he's done great. But Pratt, D'Amato with Horace Mann, the 5, and more importantly, being on this Clocker Report, and then in race number 6, the Bowman Mill Stakes, Patriot Spirit, the number 5 horse for trainer Michael Campbell and Melon Patch, colt by Constitution, improving colt, wicked speed, shortens back to sprint. And we'll see how that moves him forward. He was very, very aggressive in that last race. We'll see if he can settle. And it's Pratt again. So at 8-1 on the morning line, Patriot Spirit, one to keep an eye on. Mark the 4 in race 5, the 5 in race 6. The Turf Pick 3 today will start in race number 5 and close out with race number 10. So we're going to take you through those final 5 races. And yesterday, Tom, you were all over it. Ring it up. Over $1,500 for the $3 Turf Pick 3.
Callie's Grit was the key at 13-1 on the front end. But how about getting double-digit payoffs on 2 Chad Brown Turf winners?
Yeah.
So it was amazingly high price, but you get that sometimes with that $3 increment.
So a $48 approach for me starting in race number 5. And Horace Mann on the clock report, that makes me feel good. Hilliard, the Temple City gelding, who's run well on grass courses with some give in it. That's the idea there. He's 7-2 on the morning line. The number 9 horse, Clever Thought, for Todd Pletcher, another one that's run well on the grass. We'll see how he handles the give today. And then Truly Quality for Jonathan Thomas, a horse that is facing, I think, tougher company, even with being said that he ran at Kentucky Downs, and we know how tough that is. I think that this might be a even stouter group here this afternoon. So 4 deep in race 5, and then 4 deep in race number 8 as we move 3 races ahead. The Bryan Station becomes a wide open race with those 2 big scratches of Mustache and More Than Looks. So 1, 3, 4, and 10. And then in the 10th and final, it will all come down to the 12 Mo Caliente for trainer Rusty Arnold, colt by Uncle Mo, owned by Trevor Smith and Bregman Family Racing. Alex Bregman, the all-star third baseman for the Houston Astros, part owner of this colt, and he's coming to the races. You don't think that didn't play into my mind? The fact that Bregman's coming out here in the nightcap with Mo Caliente, so I'll single him in the nightcap in this Turf Pick 3.
Interesting angle. I like that. I'm going to take a look at the late pick 4 on this closing day card. And I am going light on the front end of the card. Just 2 horses in the first leg. Traeger, I like a lot. I actually had Gunrunner second. He scratched, so I moved in Fortin Hill, who has won on this track previously. Top Gunner's one you might keep an eye on. I thought he was compromised by the start of the race in the Phoenix and had been training well for John Ortiz. So keep an eye on that one whenever he does show up next. But 2-1, I'm going to single Talk of the Nation. Then I'm going 4 deep in the Fayette. I like Dash Attack and Trademark a lot. I had those picked 1-2. I've added Speed Bias and Il Miracolo because of the scratches. And then I just went all in the last leg. I thought it was a race that there were 2 or 3 prices that I could make a strong case for. So I thought since I didn't go deep on the front leg of that pick 4 in the first 2, I would just take all in the last leg and try to catch price at a $48 ticket.
So that's our approaches when it comes to the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 and the late Pick 4. You had your best angle segment when we were talking earlier, but we're going to go to, before we get to the best angle segment for myself, the Sales Grad Spotlight. Let's go to race number 2 on this card here on closing day. And race number 2, a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, and hip number 896 last year has turned into Lat Long, $130,000 graduate from that sale back in September of 2022. And Lat Long, the son of Liam's Map, moves over to the grass for the first time. Kenny McPeak, 10% first time on the grass. But here's a stat that will just blow your mind, I think, really. Maybe it shouldn't. 22% success rate when a horse routes for a second time in his career for Kenny McPeak. 22%. That is a big, big number. So Lat Long, Keeneland Sale grad from 2022 in the spotlight, $130,000 yearling, beaten by Dornock, the brother to Mage, who we saw come back in that race that he exits and do very, very well. So,
and this is a horse out of the McPeak barn, so they've been on fire.
They have. They really, really and truly have. All right, now time for my best angle on closing day. It's race number 7 today, and Traeger is 3-1 on the morning line coming into this race off of a layoff for Mark Glatt, making the ship with Dr. Venkman, who we saw in the Perryville last weekend. Last time we saw Traeger was in January at Santa Anita when he was able to lay off the pace and win. He won going a mile before that at Del Mar. His race 3 starts ago. He finished second to Straight No Chaser in October at the end of last year. Straight No Chaser turned into a heck of a sprinter in the springtime. Had to be shelved after a win in Maryland on Preakness weekend. But here's his victory. He beats a horse by the name of Hopkins, who would come out of this race and win, but he's in the white. He's the number 7 horse here, and he's going to eke out this victory in 1:08.3, a ridiculously fast time. He stretches out to 7 furlongs. I don't think it's going to bother him because, as I said, he won going 2 turns at a mile at Del Mar back in December of last year. Traeger, he wouldn't be here if he wasn't ready. For Mark Glatt, Dr. Venkman ran well in the Perryville, but narrowly beaten by Race Kane in the end. So I like him, but I also give respect to the 9 and 10. Obesos is dangerous on the cutback, and Caddo River, I think, is as well. These are very hard-knocking veteran horses taking on Traeger, who's not quite as experienced as he is. So I see it 2, 9, and 10 in a double. This is a double idea, 2, 9, 10, and then whomever you like in race number 8. I think worth playing a double and having those other horses on in that double. And I'm not saying go very deep because you're going to have the favorite Traeger in the second leg, but I think that 2, 9, and 10 is the right approach in race number 7 to start a double, a rolling double for races 7 and 8.
One last try at a long shot pick for this closing day card, and it's going to be in the last race. So this is the maybe the one that can get you out for the day or for the meet. Sheriff Joe, you have to bet probably a little extra to get out for the meet if you're in a deep hole because he's 8-1 and might go a little lower. Last time out, I think the horse got to do what he really wants to do, which is go long on the turf. Problem was he got a wide trip down at Kentucky Downs. Son of Curlin should appreciate the added distance that he gets in this race. And the horse that beat him last time, First World War, came back here and ran in the Bourbon Stakes, and there was a lot of buzz on that horse. Took a lot of money, didn't get the best of trips. I think it's a very talented horse. So I think he lost to a good one that day and may find this group more to his liking, and with a nice post out on the inside. Sheriff Joe, hopefully it's somewhere around 8-1 for our long shot pick of the day. And
if you're from Arizona, that might be your hunch play. Maricopa County, you know what I mean, pink jumpsuits, et cetera, et cetera. It's been great having you here, Tom. Good luck tonight with the UK football game. Go Cats.
Need one last winner tonight.
One UK versus the Vols. You'll hear Tom's voice on the radio. And for the entire team here today at Keeneland,
good luck with the Breeders' Cup, by the way.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a lot of fun. For Kate and Bradar, who will be joining me later on this afternoon, everybody in the broadcast department for making us look good, led by Philip Richardson and Isaac Hickman and Grant and everybody there. Thank you so much for making us all look so good here on today at Keeneland. Enjoy closing day during this fall meet at Keeneland Racecourse.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, sibling rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5,000,003. 3 in the running, 3 in the running, 2 here in the running, 3. Where 5,000,002, 5,000,003. On his seat now, 5,000,003. 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4. 4,000,005. 4,000,004. 4,000,005. Oh my, 4,000,004. I got 5,000,005, 5,000,006. 26 all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5,000,005 and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes the Acousticats to the paddock. The Acousticats are a select a cappella ensemble of 12 voices from the men's chorus. They perform numerous concerts for university and community functions, as well as at every men's chorus concert. Specializing in pop a cappella, they have recorded 2 albums and are one of the university's most visible ensembles. First up, the Acousticats are pleased to present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Oh, weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home. Far away, far away, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave
Keeneland is proud to recognize Jory Baskitsa with racing as the Employee of the Day. Jory, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is listed fast and the turf is listed good. Main track is fast, turf is listed good. Also, contrary to the program, the turf rail is at 0 feet today. Contrary to the program, the turf rail at 0 feet. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race starts the first of the day as rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch the 6, Roman Giant. Scratch number 6, Roman Giant. Overweight, number 3, Line to Gain, the jockey 2 pounds over. Overweight, number 3, Line to Gain, the jockey 2 pounds over. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Again, contrary to the program, the turf rail at 0 feet. In that second race, scratch the 5, Jaybird Time. Scratch number 9, Polar Bear Plunge. Scratch number 13, Creek. Scratch number 14, I'm Your Man. And scratch number 16, Chaperone. That's in the second race. Scratch number 5, Jaybird Time. Scratch number 9, Polar Bear Plunge. Scratch number 13, Creek. Scratch the 14, I'm Your Man. And scratch 16, Chaperone. Please note number 15, Buffoon, draws into the race. 15, Buffoon, draws into the race. Third race has no changes. Fourth race, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Race 5, that's where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. It's also where the Keeneland Turf pick 3 gets underway. Race 5, again contrary to the program, turf rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo. Scratch the 15, Baba Voss. And scratch the 16, Karma Director. Again, that's in race 5. Scratch the 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Also scratch the 14, St. Elmo. Scratch the 15, Baba Voss. And scratch 16, Karma Director. Please note number 13, Kigali, draws into the race. 13, Kigali, draws into the event. Race 6, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 3, Royal Slipper, and scratch the 6, Market Street. Again, that's in the 6th race. Scratch number 3, Royal Slipper, and scratch the 6, Market Street. 7th race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 8, Top Gunner. That's in race 7. Scratch number 8, Top Gunner. 8th race, the Grade 3 Bryan Station. Contrary to the program, turf rail at 0 feet. Scratch number 5, Mustache. And scratch the 9, More Than Looks. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 5, Mustache. And scratch the 9, More Than Looks. Featured 9th race, the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette. Scratch number 1, Film Star. Scratch number 3, King Fury. Scratch the 4, Giant Game. Also scratch the 12, Best Actor. Scratch 13, Gasoline. And scratch 14, Time for Trouble. That's in the featured 9th race. Scratch the 1, Film Star. Scratch number 3, King Fury. Scratch the 4, Giant Game. Also scratch the 12, Best Actor. Scratch 13, Gasoline. And scratch 14, Time for Trouble. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $6,252. Final day of the fall meet, mandatory payout today. In that 10th race, again, contrary to the program, turf rail at 0 feet. And in the 10th event, scratch the 7, Merlin's Magic. Also scratch number 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch number 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch the 16, Real Men Violin. That's in the 10th race. Scratch number 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch number 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch number 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch the 16, Real Men Violin. Please note number 14, Tapatoro, draws into the race. 14, Tapatoro, draws into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Happy closing day to you, Kurt Becker, and those of you who were lucky enough to join us here on this closing day and from around the country and world. We've got 10 races ahead of us, fast conditions on the main track, good turf course, rail set at 0 feet today, all the way down to 0 feet on the turf course, and 3 stakes races today on this closing day card.
This is a tremendous way to wrap up what has been an amazing meet, and the weather perfect. Given the ground is what you expect at this time of the year, but I think going to be a fun way to cap things off.
We did get a shower earlier this morning, but since then it's been fine. You may see a little moisture on the ground behind us, but fast conditions today here at Keeneland on the main track, good on the turf course. Let's talk about the 3 stakes races. 4th running of the Bowman Mill. We'll get the stakes portion of the card underway, and Normandy Hero is the 2-year-old that leads the way on the morning line. Scratch the 3 and 6. These are 2-year-olds. They'll be going 6 furlongs, and Normandy Hero, he's no stranger to post 1, no stranger from winning, no stranger to winning from post 1.
He gets a test today, though. Even with the scratches, there's an abundance of early speed in this race, so nothing is going to come easy, as it typically doesn't here at the Keeneland Fall Meet. I thought there were some interesting horses who could come from off the pace, including the 5, Patriot Spirit with Flavian Pratt, this one looking to rebound off of a disappointing effort in the Iroquois. So, again, I think you judge things as you go as to how speed is playing, but if the door is open at all for a horse to come from off the pace, this is the race that could set up for a big price.
Race 8 is the 19th running of the Grade 3 Bryan Station. These are for the 3-year-olds going a mile on that good listed turf course. A couple of key scratches. Most stashes have scratched the 5, and the heavy morning line favorite More Than Looks the 9. He's being pointed towards the Breeders' Cup Mile next Saturday, so keep an eye on him a week from today, and that allows Talk of the Nation to take over the top spot as far as the morning line is concerned, the number 1 horse for Shug McGahee.
Normally, I wouldn't be thrilled to be on the inside with the horse everybody's going to try to beat, but in this case, Talk of the Nation has run really well inside of horses. He has good early tactical speed, and Jose Ortiz will try to make the most of it with the horse looking for 2 straight stakes victories, but stepping up to graded stakes. Smoky Mandate kind of interesting now with the scratches as he's been knocking on the door.
And the featured event is race number 9, the Hagyard Fayette Stakes, Grade 2 event. Very competitive group. Some other scratches in this event. Take out the 1, 3, 4 as well as the 12 horse. So this race here today has Trademark move into that headlining role via scratch at odds of 9-2.
I was hoping we could get a price on Trademark, but that's not to be. Still, as competitive as this lineup is, you're going to get good odds on whoever winds up as the actual post-time favorite. Trademark looking to make amends for a very tough beat in the Lucas Classic behind Clapton, who's bound for Breeders' Cup Classic. He also finished second in the Grade 3 Island, so Trademark knocking on the door with Martin Garcia and Vicky Oliver teaming up.
Race 10's Toyota Super High 5 carryover on closing day over $6,200, $6,252. That's race number 10 at 5:48 Eastern Time. We're getting close to the top of the hour, which means closing in on the opener at Keeneland. There's a look at Born Flawless, runner for Tom Amos and Aaron and Vicky Haberman, the number 7 horse who's currently sitting at 3-1. Second choice in a wide open race. Biggest price is 9-1 right now. But Born Flawless, winner last time out at Churchill, moves up the class ladder and stays at the 7 furlong distance. I like the outside draw, the speed he has, the current form that he has. And Tom Amos, who's been brilliant for years, and also brilliant again this meet, first off the claim.
Well, I really saw it the same way the bettors do, as two key contenders. That's the 7, Born Flawless, among them. I used him as my top choice because I thought he could get the jump on the 8, Dreaming of Smarty, and anybody else that wanted to get into the mix. But he also doesn't have to lead to be effective. He can also sit off of it. And the way the meet has gone for Tom Amoss and Edgar Morales, it's hard to pick against the 7, especially not if you can get 3 to 1.
Tim Ham sends out the 5-horse City of Clouds, bringing this one in off of races at Thistledown in Ohio. He's 7-2 right now, is the City of Light Gelding. Coming out of allowance races, shows up for 30. That's the right move coming from Thistle here to Keeneland, and a runner that's going to cut back in distance, and his best races have come at the one-turn distances.
I went to the 8, Dreaming of Smarty. This is where I thought the speed was basically positioned to the outside here. And Dreaming of Smarty, very fast horse, racing off the layoff. It's racing off the claim as well for Michael Pino, who, as you pointed out yesterday, is a really sharp horseman. 23% first time off the claim. He's given this 3-year-old some time, and he is showing some confidence with the bump up as far as the claiming price is concerned. He's the one they have to catch, but I think that Born Flawless can make a real race out of it with him.
The number 4 horse, Julestown, sent out by Steve Asmussen, is who we'll talk about next. Steve Asmussen running a lot of horses here on closing day, looking to close the gap on Brad Cox, who is in front in the trainer standings. But this 4 horse, Julestown, first off the claim, always good in these situations, and right back in for 30, the same level in which they took him at Churchill Downs, where he was an even 5th.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing physically from my 3rd choice, the 2, Bruce Banner. Turf to Dirt has a potent late kick, although he was showing speed in his most recent races at a distance of ground. Now that he's turning back to 7 furlongs, I think that you're going to see him changing tactics and coming from off the pace, and that's really how he was running earlier in his career. He broke his maiden at 3/4 of a mile at Hawthorne. It's important to keep that in the back of your mind because he has shown the ability to win at these sprint distances despite the fact that he's been stretching out, and he looks sharp.
Race number 1, they are just about set for the Riders Up call. Race 1, less than 12 minutes to post. Starts the early pick 5 on closing day of the fall meet here at Keeneland.
Hagyard Equine Medical Institute is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Hagyard will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each race and present the group responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award for the Hagyard Fayette Stakes and a $200 cash award for each of the other races throughout the card. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, $30,000 the price, 3-year-olds and up. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3, start of the early pick 5. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. In the opener, scratch the 6 Roman Giant. 6 Roman Giant is scratched. Overweight, 3 line to gain, 2 pounds over. Number 3 line to gain, the jockey 2 pounds over. Post time at 7 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the first race, Jose Ramirez. The groom for number 4, Julestown. Congratulations, Jose.
From the best turned out to right on screen, it's just always dialed in. The Asmussen trainees. He's got his mane braided. Keith James Asmussen in the saddle in the blue and white silks of Steve Asmussen, his father, and currently sitting at 9-1 on the board. Best turned out, on his toes here as he moves towards post time.
Yeah, that is the definition of a horse on his toes. It literally looks like a prize fighter, right? Almost swelling up with confidence and eager to get to the gate. But you don't see any sweat, any signs of nervousness. This is just healthy, good energy. Hopefully a sign of the ability to sit on a big race. He's racing off the claim for Steve Asmussen, who is 18% a strike rate with those types of horses. So he plays the claiming game well and knows where to spot them coming right back at the same level. This horse is interesting, especially now from what I'm seeing in him, because his best is probably good enough to be very competitive here.
His price coming down slightly during this discussion. 8-1 on the board right now with the number 4 horse, Julestown. Then we work our way to the outside, the number 7 horse, Born Flawless. Tom Amos telling me that they recognize that the main speed competition is just to his outside, the 8 horse, Dreaming of Beauty. So he said to Edgar Morales, go ahead and make the 8 work for it a little bit, and then if they take it, go on and then get to the outside of the 8. So this could be an interesting cat and mouse situation as these 2 horses leave the starting gate from the outside with the gate speed that they both possess.
It definitely is, because they both have good early speed. Now, if you just look at the raw times, the 8 Dreaming of Smarty looks like he could be a little bit faster. But that said, I think the 7 Born Flawless might be a little bit better overall as to the horses he's been competing against. So he looked very, very good. That's not a surprise. Most of the horses Tom has led over here have looked this way. Picture of health, confident, warming up nicely. I do like to see Edgar Morales taking this one away from the pony, though, and that may be underscoring what you just relayed about Tom's instructions in this case. Oftentimes, riders will take the horses away from the pony to warm them up a little bit more vigorously than they would otherwise with the pony, kind of restraining them in an effort to get them on their toes as they come out of the gate, to get them into the race more quickly.
And with the 8 horse who's 5-2 right now, Dreaming of Smarty, who we'll talk about in a moment. There's a look at the number 5 horse, City of Clouds, for Tim Ham with Gerardo Corrales in the saddle. He could be the one to benefit if the 7 and 8 really do hook up and one doesn't settle down, and then it ends up being a setup out in front of him. He's one that can be content laying off the pace.
I did think that he could get a very nice setup here, and I also thought he looked well in the paddock. He was a little bit more reserved than the other two that we've taken a closer look at, but that said, it kind of belies his running style. I also felt like he looked to be a happy horse. There's a question mark anytime horses are coming in from other circuits like Thistledown, where the competition is a little bit below what is regular here at Keeneland. But it's worth noting he's coming out of allowance company, so he's coming out of the best that they have to offer at the level versus horses who are competitive at a claiming price here. So it'll be interesting to see where he fits.
But as mentioned, the 8 horse 5-2 on the board right now. I wonder in the wagering, as we've reached 2 minutes to post, how much this has to do with the presence of Luis Saez and no Tyler Gaffleone in this race, to be honest with you. And I love Saez, and I think this horse has a live chance. But to me, this is a lot of Saez money here in the opener.
Well, so it was interesting because when I looked at it, I felt that it was a 2-horse race between the 7 and the 8. That was the initial take. I am surprised, though, that the 8 is favored over the 7 in this case.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 3, Line to Gain. Late scratch, Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 3, Line to Gain. Scratched by the veterinarian. Windows remain open. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. . 3 more to load. City of Clouds goes in, now Born Flawless. Dreaming of Smarty, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Dreaming of Smarty and Born Flawless from the outside. And these two come forward in the opening strides. Dreaming of Smarty moves up and has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Now draws off by 1.5 lengths here as they head onto the back stretch. But once again, Born Flawless starts to move up a closer second down to the inside. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Julestown, who comes up the inside third. City of Clouds alongside that one is in fourth. Gap of 2 more lengths then to Bruce Banner, who's in the 5th position. Then a gap of 6 more back of that one. Cox Canyon last. First quarter on the board, 22.41 seconds. It is Dreaming of Smarty, the leader. Now, Born Flawless travels in second. 1.5 lengths separates the top two. Julestown is in third, 1.5 lengths behind Born Flawless as they head onto the far turn. City of Clouds, fourth up on the outside. There's room at the rail for Bruce Banner, who is still in 5th, now taking 4th, but nearly 5 from the front. Then a gap of 7 more back to Cox Canyon, who is last. Here's Born Flawless now, right alongside of Dreaming of Smarty. Julestown seeks to join them, swings to the far outside. They work their way to the quarter pole, top of the stretch. Born Flawless, the leader. Julestown goes to second. Bruce Banner trying to move up in third and behind horses. Coming to the final furlong, Born Flawless, the leader. Julestown 1.5 lengths away in second. It is Born Flawless chased by Julestown. Bruce Banner third. City of Clouds fourth. Just over a 16th to go. Born Flawless in front by 2.5 to Julestown. Born Flawless. Edgar Morales aboard. Julestown still second. Born Flawless wins the opener. Julestown was home second. Bruce Banner was home third. And then Cox Canyon came from last to be fourth.
Well, just as trainer Tom Amos drew it up with his rider Edgar Morales, let the 8 go, sit back, 8 comes back to him, he kicks on. Main competition is the 4, but the 7 Born Flawless was always out finishing the nearest competition and got bet down to the favorite, did the number 7 horse in the opener.
That made some sense there. He just is a little bit better than the others in this race, but not a bad performance from Julestown in finishing second. He tried hard, came on, and ran up to his looks, and a big price shot with the 2 at 10-1 odds. Bruce Banner getting up to round out the trifecta.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 7, Born Flawless first. Number 4, Julestown second. Number 2, Bruce Banner third. Number 1, Cox Canyon fourth. 7-4-2-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Born Flawless, owned by Aaron Haberman and Victoria Haberman, trained by Tom Amos, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Born Flawless, 3-year-old gelded son of Twirling Candy out of Miriam by Freud, bred in Kentucky by Denali Stud. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 28.06 seconds. First race results official, 7-4-2-1, the official results. Keeneland second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the early pick 4. The turf is listed good. A reminder, contrary to the program, the turf rail at 0 feet. In this second race, scratch the 5 Jaybird Time. Scratch the 9 Polar Bear Plunge. Scratch 13 Creek. Scratch 14 I'm Your Man. And scratch 16 Chaperone. Again, scratch the 5 Jaybird Time. Scratch the 9 Polar Bear Plunge. Scratch number 13 Creek. Scratch the 14 I'm Your Man. And scratch 16 Chaperone. A reminder, number 15 Buffoon draws into the race. 15 Buffoon draws into the race. No changes in the third event. Turning to race 4, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. That's the fourth race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. And race 5. Scratch the 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo, the 15, Babavos, and the 16, Karma Director. That's in race 5. Scratch the 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch 14, St. Elmo. Scratch 15, Babavos. And scratch 16, Karma Director. A reminder, number 13, Kigali, draws in. 13, Kigali, draws into the race.
Race number 2, start of the early pick 4. These are 2-year-old maidens. They'll be going on the turf course here today. First turf race of the day, a card full of turf action here today on closing day at Keeneland Racecourse. And Rigel, the number 3 horse, is my top play in here for Brendan Walsh, a son of Justify, who was the beaten favorite from the outside post at Kentucky Downs on debut. Beaten by Copper Missile. Now, that's a horse that we saw run earlier this week. He didn't show the same sort of flash that we'd seen from him, obviously, in that Kentucky Downs race or even his race at Churchill. So I think you've got to respect this horse in the race that he comes out of. And coming into this race off of 2 months from that race, I think is another positive in a 2-year-old's career as they progress through the end of this 2-year-old season and move towards 3. I like this horse here today. He's going to run better than what he did at Kentucky Downs, and I'm just certain of it. He's 9-2 on the board right now. Pratt will be riding for Brendan Walsh, who has had a nice week here at Keeneland with his turf runners.
You know, it's probably an oversight on my part not to give him more of the benefit of the doubt, because indeed bet down to favorite and a really beautiful looking colt who maybe just didn't care for Kentucky Downs. Brendan Walsh, a very solid conditioner, so I do respect the 3. I just felt that there were several others in here who looked so promising. The 2, Disattached, debuting for the Rapoli stable, and Todd Pletcher is the son of Blame out of a Malibu Moon mare. He is definitely bred for distance. So the mile and a 16th I don't think is a problem at all, and this is an equally strong angle for Pletcher as just about any other angle, including first-time starters. He's also bred for turf, and I like that he draws toward the inside with Luis Saez. I don't expect him to show speed based on his workout tab, but I think he's a big, good-looking colt who will appreciate the mile and a 16th, and I'm eager to see what he can do.
The number 6 horse, Transcendental, for Augustin Stable, Mr. Strawbridge, a homebred colt by Gosapper, debuting for Jonathan Thomas here today. He's 10-1 on the board as it stands right now. He's a half-brother to a turf winner. Jonathan Thomas, a premier turf trainer, in my opinion, and even more so than just turf, clearly, being 25% on the year in 2023 overall. But I think Transcendental has to be considered in and amongst these inexperienced horses here today as he gets set for his debut. Been working at Turfway Park. We see trainers do that with their turf horses, work them up at Turfway Park on the synthetic before coming down here to Keeneland, and that's the move that Jonathan Thomas is making with Transcendental, the number 6 horse, again 10-1.
And I went to the 7 Latlong, who's trying the turf for the first time. He's by Liam's Map out of a Street Cry mare, and 2 nice races on the dirt, including a 3rd going a mile and a 16th at Keeneland at the beginning of the season, October 14th. He is racing back in just 2 weeks, but that said, he is doing so well that I can appreciate Kenny McPeak being eager to try him on a surface it looks like he will like by virtue of his pedigree. He also can sit close to the pace, or at least he did, on the main track. And Kenny had a nice day yesterday, as did one of his main riders, Brian Hernandez Jr. 2 wins yesterday on the program for Brian. Latlong at 7-2 makes quite a lot of sense. And the 8, Publius, the 5-2 favorite, also does. He exits that Copper Missile race that we referenced with Raquel, the 3 horse, who's also getting played. Publius finished 3rd, was closing well at Kentucky Downs. And if the son of Constitution carries that form favorite forward with the extra distance for the meets leading trainer, with the meets leading rider on board, then he's going to be tough to beat.
Race number 2 is coming up in less than 15 minutes' time on closing day at Keeneland Racecourse, leg 1 of the early pick 4. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Brownstead. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 1 1/16 over the turf listed good. Contrary to the program, the turf rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. In this second race, scratch the 5, Jaybird Time. Also scratch number 9, Polar Bear Plunge. Scratch the 13, Creek. Scratch the 14, I'm Your Man. And scratch number 16, Chaperone. A reminder, number 15, Buffoon, draws into the race. Post time at 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the second race, Geraldo Reyes, the groom for number 10, Callan Land. Geraldo, congratulations.
For Thomas, the number 1 horse, watching him warm up now, Son of Warfront. This is start 3 of his career and the second time that he'll race on turf. Very keen out here in his warm-up under Martin Garcia.
Well, I just liked how he looked in the paddock. He was really bright, and he is showing more of the same since getting away from the pony here. I'm sure that they would like to see a little bit more speed from him, and the blinkers went on, so it looks like it might have done the trick. We'll see if he can make amends off of somewhat disappointing effort, even effort at Kentucky Downs. I bet he's a lot closer today.
But he's listening to Martin Garcia as well. Keen, then switched it off very quickly. So those are all positive signs with the Son of Warfront. Rocket 88, the number 4 horse for Frank Fletcher Racing and trainer Riley Mott. This is start 2 of his career. Well-bred son of Into Mischief from a family that has produced turf winners. The mare's got 1 turf winner from her 3 winners overall. And he comes out of Kentucky Downs with some swift workouts over at the Churchill Downs trackside facility.
Well, that's what I like to see. A horse makes his debut. He kind of stalked the pace and then got a bit tired, which can often happen with a first-timer, especially over a course like Kentucky Downs. But he has since come back to work in much improved fashion, really very quick works going forward, including his last, which was the fastest of the morning for 5 furlongs, and that's on the dirt, and it does seem as if he's better suited to the turf. So also worth noting that the second place finisher of the race, he comes out of Frontline Warrior, came back to win, and Smoky looks like a very useful horse as well. So I think that was a particularly tough mile maiden race at Kentucky Downs, and right now he's 22-1. Don't know if he's ready to win, but I think he should be a little shorter than that. He is a big horse who looks like he's going to appreciate the 1 1/16, and he looks much more lively than he did in his debut.
Less than a minute to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Brownstead. Start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Battle of Dover comes forward along with Regel. Rocket 88 moves into line. Now Transcendental. Buffoon will be the last to load, now coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Disattached from the inside along with Fort Thomas. And here comes Regel. Regel moves forward. Rocket 88 moves up as well, and Transcendental to join them. And here's Coastal Brink up on the far outside as they make the move for the first turn. Coastal Brink far outside challenging for the lead. Rocket 88 is there to the inside. Transcendental is in third. Regel is fourth. Buffoon is a wide fifth. Moving up into third around the first turn. Publius outward from the rail is in sixth position. Lat Long back to the inside is in seventh. Fort Thomas is racing early on here in eighth. And then Battle of Dover ninth. Disattached broke well, but now settles out to the back of the pack, travels in 10th position against the rail, joined there by Keeneland, who is 11th and last, 23.08 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Coastal Brink, midpoint of the backstretch, has the lead outward from the rail by a neck, and Rocket 88 is second to the inside. Gap of 3 lengths to Buffoon, who's in third by 2, and then Publius fourth by just a neck to the outside as they enter the far turn. Regel is fifth, Transcendental is sixth. Fort Thomas to the outside now is in seventh, still running nearly 8 lengths off the lead. The first half mile, 47.26 seconds. Coastal Brink again from the outside now to challenge for the top spot as Rocket 88 is still there to the inside. These two matching strides around the far turn. Gap of 5, Buffoon is third. Publius is fourth. Fort Thomas and Publius have to both swing out toward the grandstand side. Still 5 lengths from the lead. Coastal Brink has the lead. Lat Long's going to run late to the inside with Regel. Here's Buffoon. And Regel to the inside of that one, along with Lat Long, and then Fort Thomas. Buffoon a short lead. Regel second, and then Lat Long is third. It is Buffoon in front. Buffoon to win it for Joel Rosario. Then it's Regel across the line in second, with Lat Long finishing in third.
Buffoon, the number 15 runner here for Pura Vida Investments, and Mike Maker draws in off the also eligible and takes full advantage of it. A well-bred son of Lope de Vega, the French-bred in start 2 of his career. Got played 2, went off at odds of 9-2 and at least an $11 winner.
You could just see he relished the going and was lengthening his stride through the stretch where others were struggling just a little bit. Seems like he could go even farther than he did this time around, but gets clear sailing as we see him make that move on the outside, staying clear of all the trouble, gets the victory there, and well bet as well for Mike Maker.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 15, Buffoon, finished first. Number 3, Rigel, was second. Number 7, Latlong, third. Number 1, Fort Thomas, fourth. 15-3-7-1 unofficial. Results of race 2 official. 15-3-7-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of race 2, the Brownstead, number 15, Buffoon, owned by Pura Vida Investments LLC of Deuce Greathouse, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Joel Rosario. Buffoon, a 2-year-old son of Lope de Vega, out of After Dawn by Invincible Spirit, winner bred in France by SASU Écurie des Monceaux and Rifa Mustang Europe Limited. The mile and a 16th over the turf listed good today, 1 minute 43.93 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Brownstead Trophy presentation to the connections of number 15, Buffoon. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The main track is fast. Turf is good. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. No changes in this third event. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder in race 4, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. And looking ahead to race 5. Race 5, scratch the 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo. The 15, Babavos. And the 16, Karma Director. That's race 5. Scratch number 1, Maasai Warrior. Also scratch number 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo, the 15, Babavos, and scratch the 16, Karma Director. A reminder, number 13, Kigali, draws into the race. 13, Kigali, draws into the race.
Third race on the card. This is a second level allowance condition for straight 3-year-olds. These are sophomore runners going 1 1/8 miles on the fast main track here today. And Bromley, the number 4 horse, from 8-1 to now 5-2 is my top play and Caton's top play as well. This is a son of Mastery from a Malibu Moon first dam, who I think will be just fine going this long. He's run and won twice sprinting to kick off his career, did so on debut at Churchill Downs at the end of last year at Churchill as a 2-year-old, and since then run in the Comp, the Battaglia, and came back with a sprint race last time out when he was 11-1 and really kind of ran to his odds, but was beaten by Giant Mischief, that nice horse of Dale Romans, who was supposed to run today in the Hagyard Fayette, but it will not go as a scratch. But still, good race he comes out of, 1 1/8 miles. He's got the pedigree. I think he handles it 3-1. Most agree.
Yeah, I agree as well. The interesting part of this race, Scott, is the fact that there's no clear-cut pace setter. There are a few horses who could show some speed, but my question is who sets the pace? And when you look at it, there are several that are going to vie for the early lead, and it's going to be a kind of a scramble, I think, up front, which could set up beautifully for Bromley. I don't really think he's going to be on the lead, although he can be close, but he's the type of horse that I think has run very well with a target. He ran well enough in those sprint races to think he'll be in that first tier of horses, which will make the work easier for Johnny Velasquez. But I just see him getting a perfect trip. He's training really well, second start off the layoff, and he has tackled some really good horses along the way. So, yeah, Bromley kind of stands out for me.
King Ice, the number 6 horse, he's getting some attention. He's 4-1 right now in that sort of second wave of horses as far as the win pools are concerned. But here's a horse that we know will close. I don't think distance will be a problem at those shorter distance races in which he's done well at. He's come from well off the pace when there's a very quick pace. He tends to lay back as well, even when there's a slow pace. So he seems like one who just takes some time to get into gear, and he might be able to take advantage of horses that are maybe not quite ready for this 1 1/8 miles, or it goes too fast, etc. I think King Ice, the Indiana bred, is live in here, and the tote board tells you that. He's the second choice right now at 4-1.
So I went to the 7, Curly Jack, who's currently 5-1. And, it's interesting about this horse. We saw Tom Amos and Edgar Morales combine for a win in the first race, and we've seen them prominent throughout the meet. Curly Jack started his career as a very promising 2-year-old, broke his maiden at first asking, going 5.5 furlongs, stepped up in the Grade 3 Iroquois to win pretty convincingly under Edgar. And then when he went from 2 to 3, he didn't transition at the highest level the way some might have anticipated. Now he gets some time off. This is his first start since May. He regroups and he drops back into an allowance race, albeit a very tough allowance race. But I think it could be a completely different story for Curly Jack, who can sit that kind of stalking trip. Outside post, yeah, not ideal, but at the same time, at the 1 1/8 miles, with his tactical abilities combined with his ability to sit back off the pace, his versatility, I think he could really pose a threat in here at a good price. I'm very excited to see what he can do here, kind of in part 2 of his 3-year-old season.
The 3 WNL, this is same sort of thing, part 2 of his 3-year-old season, but it's been a long time since we've seen him. You have to go back to the Grade 1 Florida Derby when he last competed, and he just really was never involved in that race, and that was a follow-up to a disappointing run in the Sam F. Davis at Tampa Bay Downs in February. He did win the Remsen at this distance of 1 1/8 miles in the slop. Both of his wins came in the slop in New York at Aqueduct. So I think that the tote board tells you folks aren't quite sure what to do with this well-bred son of Good Magic here today. He's got a fast track, and off the 7-month layoff, where's he going to be? There's no doubt that there's some talent, but and what version of WNL are we going to see show up here today versus this competitive group at Keeneland?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to do with him either, so I went to the 5 Dennington, who's coming out of some tough races, including the Bourbon Trail, drops into that allowance level again, where the last time he ran at it, he was I don't even know the last time he ran at it, to be honest. He was successful. That was at the fairgrounds in the spring of the year. He's a late runner, so he does need some pace, but I think because of the lack of a clear-cut pace setter, you're going to see a legitimate pace up front with everybody trying to get position.
Race 3 up next at Keeneland. 3-year-olds going 1 1/8 miles on the main track.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the 4-star, an allowance optional claiming race for a price of $125,000, 3-year-olds, a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. No changes in race 3. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the 4-star. Moving into line, third race. Here's Dennington coming forward. King Ice moves into line. Curly Jack will be the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There's Tahoe Run. Tahoe Run out for the early lead. Promise Me a Ride is right there in the opening strides. WNL is up close as well. Bromley comes away running in fourth. Curly Jack is fifth. King Ice is back in the sixth position. Promise Me a Ride is now going to try to find some running room as they move into the first turn to move around the outside and now takes the lead. So Promise Me a Ride will come out of that crowd for the advantage. Leads it by a length. WNL is second by a half length as they head off the turn. Bromley wide around the turn, but close up to the pace in third. And then Tahoe Run is in fourth. A gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Curly Jack in fifth, King Ice in sixth, and Dennington settles out seventh and last. 24.06 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Promise Me a Ride shows the way. Promise Me a Ride is on top by just a neck. WNL is second by a length midpoint of the backstretch. Then Bromley, followed by Tahoe Run, who moves up a closer fourth down toward the inside, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 2 more lengths to Curly Jack, and then King Ice, who takes to the outside of that one, nearly 5 from the front. Gap of 3 more. Dennington is last. It was 48.17 seconds the time for the first half mile. Promise Me a Ride, the leader, 3/4 of a length around the far turn. WNL second a length. Bromley third up on the outside. Then Tahoe Run. Now King Ice, 3 lengths off the rail, is still fifth, still 5 from the front. Curly Jack is between horses in sixth. Gap of 4 more back to Dennington. They turn for home, 1/4 mile to go, and WNL comes forward and has the lead now off the far turn. A wall of horses behind WNL. Promise Me a Ride is still there and is still fighting on, but second to the inside. Now Dennington is coming from last. Dennington is third, still 5 lengths away. Moving through the final furlong. WNL 16th to go, narrow lead. Promise Me a Ride second. Dennington still 5 lengths back in third. WNL, Tyler Gaffalione in front. WNL to win it. Dennington came from last to grab second on the line from Promise Me a Ride, who was third.
He is back. WNL stylish here today, in full flight at this point in time, not backing down from the 2-horse Promise Me a Ride to his inside as he starts to back down. Here comes Dennington from off the pace, but this guy had his mind on running off the 7-month layoff. The Keeneland grad, son of good magic. Well done to the Danny Gargan team.
relatively soft pace at that, set by the two Promise Me a Ride, who does hang on for the show, and making up a lot of ground there was Dennington, but couldn't close the gap on a very exciting W&L.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 3, WNL, finished first. Number 5, Dennington, second. Number 2, Promise Me a Ride, was third. And number 4, Bromley, fourth, 3524, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the 4-star, the unofficial winner, number 3, WNL, owned by West Paces Racing LLC of Larry Connolly, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, the trainer Danny Gargan, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. WNL, 3-year-old son of Good Magic out of Wild Gams by Forest Wildcat, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings LLC. Keeneland September graduate WNL gets the mile and an eighth over the fast main track in 1 minute 50.72 seconds. Third race results official. 3524, the official results. In the winner's circle, the 4-star trophy presentation to the connections of WNL. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On Teacher Appreciation Day, Keeneland welcomes members of the Fayette County Public Schools Office of Student Support Services. This team works to support school-level staff in their efforts to eliminate basic needs, social, emotional, and behavioral barriers to academic achievement. Keeneland applauds the Student Support Services team for their collaboration with the community to help to serve our students and their families. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, featuring double and pick three wagering. Main track is fast and the turf listed good today. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In the fourth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Race number 5, scratch the 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo. The 15, Baba Voss. And the 16, Karma Director. That's in race 5. Scratch number 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch 14, St. Elmo, 15, Baba Voss, and 16, Karma Director. A reminder, number 13, Kigali, draws into the race. 13, Kigali draws into the race. Again, the rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Sixth race, scratch the 3, Royal Slipper, and scratch the 6, Market Street. That's the sixth race. Scratch number 3, Royal Slipper, and scratch the 6, Market Street.
Race number 4, back to a sprint distance. This is a 6-furlong event, maiden special weight group of fillies and mares 3 and up, $100,000 maiden special weight. Doubles continue to roll, as do pick threes here at Keeneland on closing day. Foxfire is the 3-1 second choice in the current wagering. I've got him on top. Caton's top selection. Foxfire for Belladonna Racing and Ed Hudson Jr. for Cherie DeVoe. Good second on debut behind Super Explosive. That was in late September, near the end of that Churchill Downs September meet. And an Empire Maker filly that they keep sprinting after showing some very good position early on in that race and really kept it, maintained it. So I think can take a big step forward here today, gain off that experience. And Joel Rosario's had a very productive closing weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. That's who'll take the ride.
Yeah, I'm right there with you with the 4 Foxfire. The only other horse that I thought was interesting was the 12 Howl, a first-time starter for Brad Cox. But Foxfire certainly has the look of a well-met filly, and she benefits from the race under her belt, whereas the 12 Howl is a first-time starter, draws the outside. She is well-bred, daughter of Practical Joke, out of an Indian Charlie mare, and she looks like she's been working very quickly at Ellis Park in the morning. Brad Cox, who we've talked a lot about this meet, is leading trainer at the meet, but with first-time starters, overall 26% strike rate. When they debut with Lasix, that number goes up. Howell kind of fits the profile of many of his previous winners in this category. And you get Flavian Pratt aboard, currently the 2-1 favorite, which is understandable. But I will say, horse for horse, you favor a horse who has experience over a first-time starter. That doesn't always play out that way, though, here in real life.
Let's go over to the number 10 horse up next, Insensitive, 7-1 on the board. This is a filly that we're seeing a second time this meet for Doug Anderson. She came over from Prairie Meadows to make her Keeneland debut on opening weekend and ran a good second. She actually went off as the favorite in that race and ran well. She ran well to 3 Polks, who ended up winning that event. She tracked off the pace, and that's kind of her style. She'll lay back and try to get position and then come running once she gets her cue from Francisco Arrieta. So it's 7-1. I know the Brad Cox runner is getting attention, the second-time starter for Cherie DeVoe. This filly has some recency under her belt for a very good barn.
So with the focus on those horses, along with the One Musical Prayer, who does make some sense, you get some great prices on some other horses who are not outside the realm of possibilities. The 7, Bourbon to Blame, is my third choice for Dallas Stewart and Charles Vipke. She's a daughter of Blame out of a not Bourbon mare, and a little bit of an under-the-radar type pedigree, but a very strong pedigree. And if you look at her workout pattern, her last couple of works were among her very best. She had a kind of a moderate work out of the starting gate, but then seems to be sharpening up with those last 2 works in particular. Dallas Stewart with a fondness for Johnny Velasquez, goes to the Hall of Famer here. And he is pretty solid with first-time starters. Sometimes they require a race or 2, but 11% first-time starters with a very high ROI of $4.43. So you can make a case for Bourbon to Blame.
Race number 4, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. The distance, post time in less than 14 minutes here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race, Sergio Popoca, the groom for number 12, Howell. Congratulations, Sergio.
Well, a few noteworthy horses that we haven't talked about with less than 4 minutes to post. The One Musical Prayer warming up nicely there on your screen. Really attractive filly, kind of a long, lanky, long back type of filly who looks like she could run all day, but she showed good speed in her debut, made a nice middle move to take the lead, and then either got a little tired or flattened out, depending on your perspective. Jose Ortiz takes over here. She is likely to improve. She looks terrific on the track, and right now she's a pretty generous 5-1. After her, the 3 Rare Affair is another one who really caught my eye. Daughter of Medaglia d'Oro out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare. Just rippling muscles, looks ultra fit and also extremely strong, and you see her just striding out beautifully in the warm-up right now. Martin Garcia aboard for Rusty Arnold. They have combined forces on several occasions this meet, and though this isn't necessarily a high percentage angle for Rusty Arnold, he's certainly capable with the right horse. Just based on everything I'm seeing from Rare Affair, I wouldn't be surprised to see her show a little bit more speed than she has in her morning workouts, and also see her run a nice race. Then the 6, Nikki MP, Tyler Gaffleone and Brendan Walsh teaming up. Nikki MP's dappled from head to toe. She's a little bit smaller bodied filly, but also did everything right in the paddock and has the benefit of several races improving with each one of them. She finished second in her most recent start back in May, and I could see her more than picking up where she left off, with Tyler Gaffleone looking for his second winner of the afternoon.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Moving into line, race 4. Insensitive moves into line. Here is Kid's Last Laugh coming forward. Rare Affair approaches the gate. Foxfire moves into line. Now Crushed Ice, along with Rubia. Nikki MP goes in. Howell, the last to load, moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. Musical Prayer kicks in early, goes right for the lead from that inside starting spot. A Diva, and then Bourbon to Blame. Howell is fourth up on the far outside. Crushed Ice is fifth. Rubia is in sixth. Nikki MP is in seventh position. Then Kid's Last Laugh is wide in eighth, going to be about 5 wide on to the far turn. Foxfire is in ninth toward the inside, and Sensitive is 10th, and a gap of 6 more lengths back to $1 a day. And Rare Affair, who's at the back opening quarter, 22.52 seconds. Musical Prayer, Howell, and Bourbon to Blame. They are the top 3 around the far turn. Musical Prayer leads at 3/4 of a length. Howell second on the outside, and then Bourbon to Blame is in third by 2. Rubia fourth. Kid's Last Laugh looking toward the outside from fifth. Now fourth, quarter mile to go. Musical Prayer, then Howell, then Kid's Last Laugh up on the far outside is still in third. Bourbon to Blame fourth. Rubia is trying to find some room to the inside in fifth. Here's Howell. Howell has the lead moving into the final furlong. Howell in front by 2, by 3. Bourbon to Blame, Kid's Last Laugh, Musical Prayer, then Rubia. 16th to go. It is Howell. Flavian Pratt kicking clear of the field. Howell is the winner. Bourbon to Blame was across the line, and second. Kid's Last Laugh was third, and Rubia fourth.
Well, boy, did she ever bark at the moon. How impressive on debut. Daughter of Practical Joke for LNJ Foxwoods from an Indian Charlie first name named Howell gets the victory in style in 1:10.3 for 3/4 of a mile.
Is this not a good near Halloween hunch play as Howell just runs away from this group? Really impressive. Though a fast pace sets up for a few of the horses off the pace, I have to say she was not that far off of it to come home that way. And the 7 also involved early and finishing up very strongly at high odds in her debut. But a nice first out performance for LNJ Foxwoods. Howell and Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt with the win.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 12, Howell, finished first. Number 7, Bourbon to Blame, second. The 11, Kid's Last Laugh, was third. And number 5, Rubia, fourth. 12-7, 11-5, unofficial. Fourth race results official. 12-7, 11-5, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the official winner, the Stonehaven Steadings, number 12, Howell. Owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods of Jamie Roth, trained by Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt is the winning jockey. Howell, a 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke out of Howe, by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Frederick Weeding, John McCormick, also bred by Bridget Spurl and Castle Park Farm, LLC. Keeneland September sales graduate Howell gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 10.65 seconds over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, the Stonehaven Steadings Trophy presentation to the connections of number 12, Howell. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final day of the fall meets. Halloween just around the corner. We have just been informed that the Headless Horseman has been seen roaming the backside, allegedly making his way toward the track. We stand corrected. He's on the track. Look, if you dare. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, and also start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. No carryover for the pick 6 today. And, of course, the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 5, 8, and 10. A reminder, contrary to the program, turf rail 0 feet today. In race 5, scratch number 1, Maasai Warrior. Also scratch number 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo. Scratch the 15, Babavos. Scratch the 16, Karma Director. Again, here in race 5, scratch number 1, Maasai Warrior. Scratch number 8, Jungfrau. Scratch 14, St. Elmo. 15, Babavos. And 16, Karma Director. A reminder, number 13, Kigali, draws into the race. 13, Kigali, draws into the race. Sixth event, scratch 3, Royal Slipper. And scratch 6, Market Street. That's in the sixth race, scratch 3, Royal Slipper. And scratch 6, Market Street. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good today. Moving to race 7. Scratch number 8, Top Gunner. That's race 7. Scratch number 8, Top Gunner. Eighth race, the Bryan Station. And in that eighth race, scratch the 5, Mustache. And scratch the 9, More Than Looks. That's in the eighth race. Scratch number 5, Mustache. And number 9, More Than Looks. Featured ninth race, grade 2, Hagyard Fayette. Scratch the 1, Film Star. Scratch number 3, King Fury. Also scratch number 4, Giant Game. Scratch the 12, Best Actor. Scratch 13, Gasoline. And scratch 14, Time for Trouble. That's in the featured ninth race. Scratch number 1, Film Star. Scratch number 3, King Fury. Scratch the 4, Giant Game. Also scratch the 12, Best Actor, the 13, Gasoline, and the 14, Time for Trouble. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $6,252. In that 10th event, scratch the 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch 16, Real Men Violin. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch 16, Real Men Violin. A reminder, the 14, Tapatoro, draws into the race. 14, Tapatoro will run. Final day of the fall meet, mandatory payouts. And again, contrary to the program, the turf rail at 0 feet. Main track fast, turf good.
Race number 5 starts the pick 6 on closing day here at Keeneland Racecourse. Also begins the final turf pick 3 of the fall meet. $3 Keeneland turf pick 3 races 5, 8, and 10. And the 11 horse is the 5-2 favorite right now. My top play from 9-2 on the morning line for the Augustin stable and trainer Jonathan Thomas, a quality road gelding who's going to get good ground for the first time in his career. He's being saddled on the walk down the center of the paddock right now here at Keeneland Racecourse as they keep him moving to get the saddle secured for Jose Ortiz, who will take the call today. But he's really, you can't find a bad race in this horse's form. He's 4 for 4 in the money, a win, 2 seconds, and a third-place finish as he's feeling good down here in the paddock as they tighten the girth on the 11 Truly Quality.
He truly is a horse to use or to key in any of your exotic wagers in this race, and he may well get the job done. I just feel like he is a little bit kind of stuck in the same groove. He did jump up and break his maiden at the 1.25 miles at Belmont when things set up perfectly for him, and otherwise he just gives consistent run every time, but hasn't had that spark crossing the finish line. that I thought might be possible of the 9, Clever Thought. So I gave the edge here to the 9, but I think the 2 are very close together in terms of ability. Clever Thought is the type who's going to sit back, I think, a little bit farther than Truly Quality and make that nice late kick. He finished second against similar horses going a shorter distance at Saratoga in what I thought was a very good race. And now third start off the layoff, stretches out to the mile and 3/16 off of an even longer race in tougher company at Kentucky Downs. The drop in class, I think, is key here. When he's against horses like this, he's very, very competitive. Again, Luis Saez should fit him perfectly here. And he rode him to that second place finish at Saratoga. So I think Clever Thought fits very nicely.
And I think the same for Horace Mann, the number 4 horse at a price. He's 6-1 on the board right now. This is a colt that was on the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland. And the Clocker Report, they have been dialed in this meet this fall at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a Twirling Candy colt who hasn't been seen in a couple of months since a race at the end of the Del Mar meeting on the 4th of September. And that was going a mile and a 16th on the firm ground. But his first, even that last race was not bad, truthfully. The way that he ran, he just was beaten by better horses in the end. But he's got some ability from his turf tries, and the fact that he shows up here at Keeneland in a tougher circuit than what I think we're seeing in Southern California racing right now. Horace Mann, I'll go with the Clocker Report. Liked him before that, but like him even more because of it as he sits at 6-1, the number 4 horse.
I think the key with Horace Mann, who is absolutely beautifully bred for this longer distance, is that he relaxes wherever he's at, whether he's on the front end, whether he's close to the pace, whether he's even a little off of it. He needs to relax in the early stages of the race. If he can do that, if Flavien Prat can get him into that comfortable, more relaxed mode in the early stages, he's going to be a real force to reckon with at 6-1. I went to the 3 Spirit Maker, who probably is going to sit a little bit farther off the pace than, say, Horace Mann, but he's had kind of a battle-tested type career. Claimed for $50,000 at start before last. He tried Allowance Company at the mile. I thought it was just too short. He ran kind of evenly there. He also didn't have the easiest of trips that day, but most importantly, I think that he is going to benefit from more ground because it's going to enable him to sit closer to the pace. Third start off the layoff for him. Perhaps he's the one that can get the breakthrough performance for Saffie Joseph, who has had kind of a hard luck type of meet, though his horses have been coming close here, and one of the closest came with Florent Giroux on board. Spirit Maker, 6-1, I thought would be maybe a little bit higher odds than that, but I think he fits competitively speaking.
This is race number 5 at Keeneland Racecourse on the 10-race card. So we're down to the final 6 races of the afternoon and of the meet. Final pick 6 opportunity this fall at Keeneland, beginning with race number 5. And again, $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 starts with this upcoming race. Races 5, 8, and 10, the sequence there. Less than 11 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Claiborne. An allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good. Contrary to the program, the rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, and start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. No carryover for the pick 6 today. Final day of the fall meet, mandatory payout. Here comes the field now. Scratch the 1, Messiah Warrior. Scratch the 8, Jungfrau. Scratch the 14, St. Elmo. The 15, Baba Voss. And the 16, Karma Director. A reminder, number 13, Kigali, draws into the race. 13, Kigali draws into the event. Post time 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race, Vitalino Morales, the groom for number 4, Horace Mann. Vitalino, congratulations.
Our Dream Ride, the number 7 horse in the Bourbon Lane Stable Silks, also co-owned by Circle N Thoroughbreds. More than ready gelding. Gets blinkers on for the first time in his career for Ian Wilkes, who's had that nice meet here at Keeneland this fall. 19-1 on the board for the dark Bayer Brown son of More Than Ready.
So I can't say that this horse stood out to me when I was going through the past performances. He would have to improve quite a bit off of any of his most recent starts, but perhaps the blinkers on can do the trick. What I liked about him was just he kind of was exuding class and calmness and just kind of striding out, walking out very easily, nicely, real flowing gait, and made a very good appearance. He's bred beautifully, not only for the turf, but to handle this distance. He has that prep behind him, 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, that perhaps he just ran evenly. Maybe that wasn't his cup of tea. But I just have a hunch you're going to see an improved effort based on what I'm seeing from him physically.
Just want to go back to the 11 Truly Quality, because when we were talking about him in the paddock, he was being saddled on the walk. I think it might have been just a situation where he's one of these horses, and horses can be this way, a little sensitive to having the girth tightened, and once they got that situated, he's been fine, and he's warming up nicely under Jose Ortiz. So just an observation from the paddock side to the front side now, because he's a completely different type of horse versus when they were saddling him just behind our shoulders.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I agree with you completely. When they saddled him, he really was acting up. And then even as he walked around the walking ring for a while, he was still kind of seemed to be irritated. And it could well be that maybe the position of the girth just was kind of bothering him. Or sometimes it's as simple as a pesky fly or something that's just irritating him. But once he got out on the track, he definitely was a different horse. He is a little bit hotter than I'd like to see, but part of that came when he was in the paddock. I don't think it's as a result of anything happening out on the track.
He's the 5-2 favorite in the Augustin Silks. The white and green halves for Mr. George Strawbridge Jr. 1 minute to post. It's race number 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Claiborne. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Hilliard comes forward along with Truly Quality. Just a Photo moves into line. Bright Spark going in. Kigali will be the last to load. Now coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Boko from the center of the course, Fleet of Hoof toward the inside, and also Horace Mann and Just a Photo up close in the opening strides as well. Kigali is there on the extreme outside, but it is Fleet of Hoof who's got the early lead against the rail. Horace Mann will go from second. Kigali moves up a closer third. Now Kigali determined to clear the inside traffic. Kigali moves on by, does just that, gets clear with the lead by 2.5 lengths into the first turn. And then comes Boko swinging up to the far outside to challenge Fleet of Hoof and Horace Mann for that second position. Further back, Just a Photo against the rail is 5th. Our Dream Ride flanks that one from 6th. Truly Quality toward the center of the pack is in 7th position around the first turn. Hilliard goes 8th upon the outside. Spirit Maker is in 9th. Clever Thought is 10th. A break of 8 more lengths back of that one. Bright Spark last of 11, 23.19 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Kigali against the rail, leading it. Kigali on top, 1.5 lengths. Boko second by 1/2 length. Fleet of Hoof third down toward the inside. Gap of 3 more lengths. Our Dream Ride is outward from the rail as they go to the far turn in 4th. Horace Mann is in 5th, and then Hilliard is 6th. Truly Quality is 7th, and Truly Quality still nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Looks for a little more running room. Shifting lanes down toward the inside of horses. Clever Thought is there on the outside of that one. It was 47.58 seconds for the first half mile, and Kigali has opened up on the lead around the far turn. Kigali leads it by 7 lengths to the top of the stretch. Boko second by 3. Our Dream Ride is in 3rd position. Hilliard is 4th. Clever Thought is in 5th. Truly Quality is still far, far back. In fact, near the back of the pack as Kigali comes into the final furlong and leads it by 9. And then Boko and Clever Thought and Our Dream Ride and Hilliard. Now Hilliard moves up out of a crowd into second. Hilliard and Clever Thought are running on late. Kigali's in front. Hilliard and Clever Thought running on. Kigali in front, though, at the wire. Kigali hangs on. Kigali hangs on to win it for Martin Garcia.
What you just witnessed is not easy to do at this distance on the turf course with these kinds of fractions. He did not go slow early on. Martin Garcia turned him loose on the front end, opened up, and he was able to hold on as both the 5 and the 9 were closing. Kigali narrowly at odds of 28-1 holding on in the first leg of the pick 6.
Martin Garcia is as good at that as any rider I know, getting position out of the gate and just come and catch me if you can. And in this instance, they just couldn't quite, though Kigali was getting tired at the end. And boy, there was some excitement with the 5 Hilliard and Joel Rosario, Johnny Velasquez, and the 9 Luis Saez and the 9 Clever Thought, but just couldn't quite get there. If it's a few jumps more, it might be a different outcome. As it is, a big win for Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, and Martin Garcia.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 13, Kigali, finished first. Number 5, Hilliard was second. Number 9, Clever Thought, third. Number 3, Spirit Maker, fourth. 13,593 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Claiborne, the unofficial winner, number 13, Kigali. Owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer, Martin Garcia, the jockey. Kigali, a 3-year-old gelded son of Hard Spun out of Sugar Sweet by Mr. Greeley, bred in Kentucky by Equus Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and 3/16 as the official winner now in 1 minute 55.97 seconds over the good turf. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Claiborne to the connections of Kigali. With that win, Rigney Racing now tied with Godolphin as the meet's leading owner, 4 wins apiece. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, the turf is good today. In race 6, scratch 3 Royal Slipper and scratch 6 Market Street. Again, scratch 3 Royal Slipper and scratch 6 Market Street. The Bowman Mill Stakes, race 6. Looking ahead to race 7. In the 7th race, scratch number 8 Top Gunner. That's in the 7th race, scratch number 8 Top Gunner. Race 8, the Bryan Station. Scratch 5 Mustache. Scratch 9 More Than Looks. That's race 8, the Bryan Station. Scratch 5 Mustache, scratch 9 More Than Looks. 9th race, the featured Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette. Scratch number 1 Film Star. Scratch number 3 King Fury. Scratch the 4 Giant Game. Also scratch the 12 Best Actor, the 13 Gasoline, and the 14 Time for Trouble. That's the featured ninth. Scratch the 1 Film Star. Scratch the 3 King Fury. Scratch number 4 Giant Game. Also scratch the 12 Best Actor, the 13 Gasoline, and the 14 Time for Trouble. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, just over $6,200. In that 10th race, scratch the 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch 16, Real Men Violin. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch 7, Merlin's Magic. Also scratch 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15, Freddie Mac. And 16, Real Men Violin. A reminder, the 14 Tapatoro draws into the race. 14 Tapatoro draws into the event.
Race number 6 coming up in 17 minutes here at Keeneland Racecourse. This will begin the late pick 5 here today on closing day, and we're looking at the number 8 horse, that is Maycox Bay, currently sitting at 7-1. I'm taking a bit of a shot, obviously, here in race number 6. The Bowman's Mill Stakes, our first of 3 stakes races today. These are 2-year-olds. They'll be going 3/4 of a mile, and Maycox Bay coming into this race for Godolphin. They've had a wonderful meet, especially with their stakes runners here in the fall at Keeneland in 2023. But improved in start 2 of his career. He did catch a sloppy track last time out and really took a big step forward, but I think he was primed for that, even on top or outside of the fact that it was being a sloppy track on that afternoon. And Johnny Velasquez was in town to ride that weekend at Parks for Pennsylvania Derby weekend, so he's back right aboard the Speightstown Colts. And those are tough races. We know how tough they can be on those big weekends. They really prime up the undercard races at those venues, at any venue, really. So Parks in a maiden special weight worth $100,000. I think Maycox Bay beat a stout group that day and can do it right again here in the Bowman's Mill.
I'm taking a little shot as well because I think this race has so much early speed. I thought maybe a horse like Coase, the 7, could move from turf to dirt and have a little edge in that he doesn't have to be on the lead. He has been sitting stalking trips, going 5 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs, that is, in both maiden special weight company and in stakes company. Moved up into the Indian Summer off that maiden breaking performance, and I thought he ran credibly in a tough field. He made a middle move and got within ahead of the leaders before flattening out. The pace was very, very swift that day. Today, if he can handle the dirt, and I'm hoping he can based on his pedigree and his work pattern, I think he's got a real shot in here. Under Tyler Gaffalione to just sit off of all the early speed, not too far off, but a little off that pace, and make that late bid similar to what he did when he won at Saratoga in breaking his maiden. The price is right at 5-1. You've got the meet's leading jockey, and you've got a trainer who's pretty good with these young horses in Wayne Catalano.
The number 1 horse, Normandy Hero, comes into this race with a lot of experience, and we saw that experience come into play yesterday in the filly version of this race with You Almost Had Me. And also this colt has experience being drawn on the rail. He's left from post position number 1 in his last 2 starts, running well in both of them, winning his last event on opening weekend here at Keeneland, so comes back for a second time this meet. Experience is something that he can absolutely lean on. A son from that first crop of the Grade 1 winner, Omaha Beach, for Rudy Brisset. Alex Achard stays with him, who's ridden him in his last 3 starts, certainly live at 7-2. That's Normandy Hero.
Rudolph, the trainer, the one Normandy Hero, has had a great meet, and including his first graded stakes win, and now bound for the Breeders' Cup with Ugiri. Normandy Hero is very fast, and I respect him a lot. He is a good-looking son of Omaha Beach with a lot of talent. I'm just concerned, not because he's on the inside, but because he's on the inside of it, a lot of speed. Even next to him, Valentine Candy may not be quite as good, but definitely as fast, or at least up till now as fast. Glenn Gary is another one right next to that one now who can show speed and is very, very fast. And Patriot Spirit maybe won't show as much speed coming out of the mile Iroquois that he did previously, but I still think this is a heated pace early, making it very hard. So I put Normandy Hero in the 3rd spot. And for second, I used the 5, Patriot Spirit, because I'm thinking that he can sit a more similar trip to the way he did when he broke his maiden at Colonial. And though he wasn't any force versus some West Saratoga and some of the others at the front in the Iroquois, maybe the mile was just a little too much, and maybe the competition a little too much too soon. This is not an easy spot by any stretch, but maybe a tad bit easier than what he was asked to do in the Iroquois. He was able to lead and be competitive until the late stages of that race. So now the Son of Constitution gets back to 3/4 of a mile and can sit off the pace on the outside under Flavian Pratt, the top jockey here for Mike Campbell. I think Patriot Spirit can definitely rebound, and at 7-2, the bettors think so as well.
And then quickly, the number 2 horse, Valentine Candy, a runner that comes out of that common race with Normandy Hero, showed a lot of grit in that second place finish, set the pace, never really backed down, ended up a length away from Normandy Hero. So at 6-1, if you like the 1, I think you've got to respect the 2 at the bare minimum. Getting set for the Riders Up call for the first of 3 stakes races on closing day. These are 2-year-olds going 3/4 of a mile in the $200,000 Bowman Mill Stakes here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 4th running of the Bowman Mill Stakes. 2-year-old 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Scratch 3 Royal Slipper and scratch the 6 Market Street. Fast track, good turf today. Post time is 6 minutes on race 6. Now, the post parade for the Bowman Mill, number 1, Normandy Hero, owned by Naoya Yoshida, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, the jockey Alex Achard. Number 2, Valentine Candy, is owned by William Heiligbrodt, Corinne Heiligbrodt, Jackpot Farm of Terry Green, Whispering Oaks Farm LLC of Carol Castile, Coteau Grove Farms LLC of Keith and Ginger Myers, the trainer Steve Asmussen, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 3 is Scratch. Number 4, Glengarry, owned by Aaron Kennedy, Toby Joseph, and owned as well by trainer Doug Anderson, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 5, Patriot Spirit, races for Melon Patch Incorporated of George Mellon, trainer Michael Campbell, jockey Flavian Pratt. 6 is Scratch. 7 is Cows, owned by Ribble Farms LLC of Alan Ribble, Legion Racing of Travis Durr, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Number 8, Maycox Bay, races for Godolphin LLC, Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Michael Stidham, the jockey John Velasquez. And number 9, Sweet Saudi J, owned by the Built Right Stables LLC of Lola Cash, trained by Raymond Ginter Jr., Gavin Ashton, the jockey. Post time at less than 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for Race 6, Royal Celestine, the groom for number 7, Cows. Royal, congratulations.
There's a look at Glengarry, who's the current favorite in this event, colt by Maximus Mischief from that first crop. This is an Iowa bred, and this time last year we saw an Iowa bred come in and run in the Breeders' Cup by the name of Tyler's Tribe, who was wickedly fast at 2, and this colt very fast as well, and he's being well respected in here. He's coming out of an Iowa state-bred stakes race, the Iowa Cradle, which he drew off and won by 12 lengths. And the handicapper is not backing down as he sits at 2-1, now 9-5 on the board. Glengarry, the Iowa bred, for trainer Doug Anderson.
He is very sassy. He was ultra sharp in the paddock and continues to show high energy in the post parade, very much on his toes, and a striking great colt who is going to be fun to watch.
Patriot Spirit, the number 5 horse, 7-2. Trainer Michael Campbell telling me that this horse was just ranked last time out. They worked so hard on getting him to relax in his training, and he was doing that, but then once they sprung the latches, he just grabbed hold of the bit. It was nobody's fault, and he just took off. He's confident that with the way that they've worked with him coming into this race, that it can be more relaxed, and that's going to be key. If he can relax, he can see out the 6 furlong distance and win this race.
I agree. His maiden breaking performance, if it had been 6 furlongs, he would have been an easy winner as well. I do like this horse a lot, and so far so good as far as being relaxed in the paddock and even in front of this very, very big, excited crowd. He was all business and very professional, so hopefully that carries over to his race.
Cows, the number 7 horse, trying dirt for the first time. He's currently sitting at 5-1. Colt by Outwork, who's a Grade 1 winner on dirt. This Colt's sire Outwork, so the move over to the main track not without a chance and a big chance here today for Wayne Catalano.
Well, there was just something about him I really liked in the paddock. He got a little bit more geared up when he got out in front of the grandstand and in front of the crowd, but it was almost as if he was showing off. He strikes me as a bundle of energy, though I think his biggest trait is if he can sit and relax as he has in his 2 previous starts. Both of those were very fast 5.5 furlong races, though, so it's hard to tell if Tyler can get him into that same type of mode just off the pace. I really think he could run big, and I really did like how he looks. He's got a lot of personality, does Cows.
And then finally, the 2 horse Valentine Candy. The price continues to be right on a horse who absolutely could improve off of that hard-fought second last time out here at the beginning of the meet at Keeneland.
Well, I kind of don't like where he's stuck in between speed horses, but he looked sensational. I'd say he stood out as far as appearances were concerned.
The Bowman Mill Stakes is up next in less than 2 minutes on closing day at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 4th running of the Bowman Mill Stakes, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Patriot Spirit comes forward. Cows moving into line. 2 left to load. Here's Maycox Bay. Sweet Saudi J, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Bowman Mill. There goes Cows. Cows right out for the lead. Glengarry has early speed as well, right there to the inside. Normandy Hero comes away in 3rd position. Valentine Candy is 4th in between horses. Sweet Saudi J, 5th up on the outside, followed by Patriot Spirit back toward the inside into 6th position. And then comes Maycox Bay, who's placed in between horses at the back as they head on to the far turn. Maycox Bay now changing lanes toward the outside, try to find some more running room. 7 lengths off the lead. Cows is the leader, though. Glengarry second, 22.39 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Length separates the top 2. Gap of 2 lengths then. Normandy Hero is 3rd, a length and a half. Valentine Candy is 4th. And then Patriot Spirit is 5th down toward the inside. There's a quarter mile to go. And here comes Glengarry coming after Cows. Glengarry from the outside, right alongside of Cows. Normandy Hero 3rd. Valentine Candy is in 4th position. And Patriot Spirit 5th back toward the inside. Final furlong, Glengarry the leader. Normandy Hero is running to 2nd, still 2 lengths away. A 16th to go. Glengarry in front. Normandy Hero a length away. Glengarry, Normandy Hero, Glengarry, Normandy Hero, Glengarry. Luis Saez win the Bowman Bill a half length on the line. Normandy Hero was 2nd. Valentine Candy was 3rd. And Patriot Spirit 4th.
The Iowa-bred son of Maximus Mischief, Glengarry, the gray colt, able to rally from off the pace. He was part of the pace, but Luis Saez allowed the 7-horse to go. Cows, then he got him to the outside, got him into the clear. He levels off and holds on for the win with the one closing to him, Normandy Hero, but he could never get closer than about a half of a length in the end. Glengarry, impressive today at 5-2.
What a talented and versatile horse to be able to show a different dimension and do it so kindly for Luis Saez. Glengarry is very, very quick early, even off the pace, and still finishing strongly to get the victory.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 4, Glengarry was 1st. Number 1, Normandy Hero 2nd. Number 2, Valentine Candy, third. Number 5, Patriot Spirit, fourth. 4125, unofficial. Results of race 6 official, 4125, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of the 4th running of the Bowman Mill Stakes, number 4, Glengarry. Owned by Aaron Kennedy, Toby Joseph, and Doug Anderson. Trained by Doug Anderson, the jockey Luis Saez. Glengarry, 2-year-old son of Maximus Mischief out of L.A. Way by Tisway. Bred in Iowa by High Point Bloodstock. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.52 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Bowman Mill. Presenting the trophy, Steve Gillespie. Steve is retiring this fall. We thank him for his many years of service to Keeneland as he presents the trophy to the connections of Glengarry.
Chalk one up for the state of Iowa. Glengarry, too much for him today in the Bowman Mill for Doug Anderson and Luis Saez. And Luis, how crucial was the decision that you made to take back and go around the pacesetter Cows, who was engaging you early on in this race?
Yeah, it was a pretty quick decision we had to take. We know this horse being running in the lead, and he's pretty fast. But, today was a pretty tough race. He broke from there pretty sharp. And, yeah, we had a little pressure, but we had to take a quick decision and take a little hole and put it right there outside, and he responded perfectly.
It worked out. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
Doug, when Luis made that move and that decision, what'd you think as they were coming around the turn?
Well, he looked like he was in with plenty of horse and everything, and I think he made the right decision. Let the other horse, set the fractions, and we learned something today that he'll rate, and hopefully on to better things.
How much does this mean to you and to racing in the state of Iowa?
Well, it's something. I mean, we're a little bit smaller state and everything in the horse business, and it just helps everything.
Well, congratulations. A well-deserved victory and a heck of a run from Glengarry.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just tickled to be here.
Tickled to have you.
Yep. Thanks, Scotty.
Glengarry, too much for him today in the Bowman Mill.
Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Main track is fast. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering here. Main track is fast. The turf is good. A reminder, the rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In this 7th race, scratch the 8 Top Gunner. Number 8 Top Gunner is scratched. Looking ahead to race 8, the Bryan Station Stakes. In that 8th event, scratch the 5 Mustache and scratch the 9 More Than Looks. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 5 Mustache and scratch the 9 More Than Looks. Featured 9th race, the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette, scratch the 1 Film Star, scratch number 3 King Fury, scratch the 4 Giant Game, also scratch the 12 Best Actor, the 13 Gasoline, and the 14 Time for Trouble. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 1 Film Star, scratch number 3 King Fury, scratch the 4 Giant Game, also scratch the 12 Best Actor, the 13 Gasoline, and the 14 Time for Trouble. 10th and final race, scratch the 7 Merlin's Magic, scratch the 13 Uno Mas Bourbon, scratch the 15 Freddie Mac, and scratch the 16 Real Men Violin. That's the 10th race. Scratch the 7 Merlin's Magic, scratch 13 Uno Mas Bourbon, scratch the 15 Freddie Mac, and scratch the 16 Real Men Violin. A reminder, number 14 Tapatoro draws into the race. 14 Tapatoro draws into the race.
Race number 7 presents us with our final pick 4 of the meet here for the fall meet at Keeneland Racecourse. 50-cent minimum wager, races 7, 8, 9, and 10. And this a 7-furlong sprint event and a race that's written to allow a lot of horses to be eligible. A stakes quality field, really, for $140,000. Traeger is 5-1 right now for Mark Latt, making the ship from Southern California with his stablemate Dr. Venkman, who ran a good second last weekend in the Perryville Stakes. And here's a Ridgeling by congrats, that hasn't been seen in close to 10 months. The last time we saw him run was on the 15th of January at Santa Anita, and he won his last 2 races, once at a mile, one at 6 furlongs. I'm just convinced that he would not be here if he wasn't ready off the layoff. There would be no reason to ship him from Santa Anita, his home base, here to Keeneland Racecourse and take on this depth of a field. And even when he lost at Santa Anita at the end of his 3-year-old season, unraced at 2, debuted at 3 in 2022, he was behind a very good sprinter named Straight No Chaser, who would go on and win a sprint stakes race at Preakness weekend at Pimlico. So Traeger at 5-1. I like him as he makes his way here to Keeneland and even has a workout over the track since arriving here at Keeneland.
Well, he could be the pace setter but one. Dr. Oscar appearing maybe the only other horse who could show speed, who probably will show speed, but Traeger is interesting for sure. Similarly, I went to the 1, Fortin Hill, as a horse coming off the layoff, who I think has shown an abundance of talent. He's won previously over the Keeneland surface and has run well here in other instances. 7/8 of a mile is his sweet spot, and though he didn't fare well most recently in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs, that was against the likes of Cody's Wish. In all fairness, he came back at Horseshoe Indianapolis and had to run against Nobody Listens, who, though not as good as Cody's Wish, is a nice horse in his own right. So Fortin Hill ran into some tough company in his last couple of starts. He got a well-deserved breather and returns to allowance company, albeit very tough allowance company, and looks to sit another stalking trip in this tough race. I like him a lot. I've always been a fan of this horse.
Bezos is taking plenty of play, the number 9 horse. Never were we getting 10-1, as the morning line suggests. This is a horse that, as a 3-year-old, was running in the Louisiana Derby, the Kentucky Derby, and we've seen it a lot in modern racing. Horses that will compete in races like the Kentucky Derby, even the Preakness Stakes. Two horses come to mind, Big Drama and Whitmore, who were horses running in American Classic races, then turned into Breeders' Cup Sprint winners. This horse ran in the Sprint here at Keeneland, the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and was only beaten 3.5 lengths, finishing 5th. He returns to sprinting after a run in the ACAC, the Grade 3, in which there was just really no pace in that 1-turn mile race. Zozos won that. He's in the Breeders' Cup next week. So Bezos is a legit favorite in here at odds of 2-1 right now in race number 7.
I agree with you. I have him also as my second choice, and I love that Tyler Gaffleone gets on. Not only the leading rider at the meet, but in particular for this stable, there is a very high level of confidence between Greg Foley and Tyler and vice versa. And I think that breeds success. Bezos also has the ability to be tactical. Though he won't be on the lead, he can come from well off the pace, or he can sit just off the early leaders. So it's going to be up to Tyler to position him where he needs to be able to run down the speed if necessary, or to sit back and wait and make one move. But either way, the 5-year-old is a game runner and, 2-1 favorite, probably deservedly so.
I go to the 10, Caddo River, because he's a good racehorse. I know that he has lacked in success and strong runs as of late, but here's another horse that at the age of 3 2 years ago looked like he was going to be a Kentucky Derby type runner after winning a stake race very impressively down in Arkansas at Oaklawn Park, and he's cutting back in distance. I've said this meet, and we'll say it anytime we come across situations like this. You really have to be aware of the horses cutting back in distance, because it can spark new life into them. And Dwayne Lucas is the conditioner of this now 5-year-old who's seeking his 7th career victory.
I went to the 7, Pro-Occident. I think we're thinking similarly in looking for something outside the box. Pro-Occident doesn't have the experience in class situations that some of the other runners in this race do, but he's hit some very tough allowance races. His only try in stakes company was here at Keeneland in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, and he didn't fare very well at high odds. But keep in mind that in that edition in the spring, Hoist the Gold, the second-place finisher, came back to win the Phoenix here this fall and is a really top-notch sprinter. So I think Pro-Occident had an excuse. He likes 7 furlongs. He's won at the distance, and he actually could show enough speed to make it very interesting for Traeger and Dr. Oscar just to his inside, although he probably won't have to be on the lead. Luis Saez, looking for back-to-back wins here, is aboard for Eddie Keneally, and a fresh horse, kind of a fresh face in the group. Pro-Occident at 6-1 could make a statement here.
This is our last chance, our final opportunity to play a pick for this fall meet at Keeneland Racecourse, beginning with the upcoming 7th race, 50-cent minimum wager, and post time coming up in less than 13 minutes here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Wild Air, allowance optional claiming race for a price of $150,000. 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3 and also late pick 4 wagering here. Scratch number 8, Top Gunner. Number 8, Top Gunner is a scratch. Main track is fast, turf is good, post time in 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, Jose Ramirez, the groom for number 4, Chasing Time. Congratulations, Jose.
There's Chasing Time, the number 4 horse, best turned out in the race, so a hard-knocking horse. This is start 20 of his career. He's a 4-time winner. He's run out nearly $475,000, and his best races have come at this distance, 6.5 to 7 furlongs, so you've got to respect him, and he is just, he shows up just about every single time. In fact, 2 starts ago in the Jeff Howe Memorial at Ellis Park, he ran 4th as the beaten favorite behind Hear My Song, who was a graded stakes winner here at Keeneland. I believe it was last spring or last fall in one of the recent meets. So you got to respect him because he's just a hard-trying, now 4-year-old colt.
You know, at one point he was tested in graded stakes company and really considered among the top in his generation. To me, he's an overachiever because he's not the biggest horse in the field. And if you look at him, he may well be the smallest, but he tries so hard every time. And he really had that attitude and liked everything I saw from him in the paddock. He is coming off of a 4th place finish on the turf. So I think it benefits him to move back to the main track where he's done the bulk of all his running. That was kind of an experiment, and he didn't run badly, but I don't think he ran as effectively as he can on the dirt. Look at how good he looks on the track. Just feeling very, very full of himself. Is Chasing Time with Joel Rosario looking for his 2nd win of the day, and 7 furlongs works to his advantage. He's going to sit that stalking trip and hope the opportunity to pounce comes.
And same for Obesos. He'll stalk and pounce. And there was no pace, as Greg Foley confirmed with me in the ACAC last time out, to set things up for him. And keep in mind his 2 races at Keeneland. One of the Breeders' Cup Sprint last fall, and then in the Grade 3 Commonwealth when he caught Prevalence, who was in the career best form at that period of time. So you can't hold his course record against him.
Look, he is a happy horse. In the paddock, out on the racetrack, and a magnificent looking horse at that. Son of Kentucky Derby winner Orb was 4th in the ACHAC, but before that, anytime he's been in, whether it's allowance company or even stakes company, he's given really good account of himself. This is only his second time trying 7 furlongs, and it really seems like it would be the ideal distance for him.
Race 7 started the final pick 4 of the meet. Late pick 4 at Keeneland. Pull over $262,000, now $281,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Wild Air, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Chasing Time comes forward, along with Obesos. Caddo River will be the last to load. Now coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Dr. Oscar. Dr. Oscar right out for the early lead. Pro-Oxidant right there. Fortin Hill moves up down toward the inside. Caddo River from the outside. And Tragar up close from 5th as they head up the backstretch. Dr. Oscar the leader. Dr. Oscar slides down closer to the rail. Leads it by 3/4 of a length. Pro-Oxidant second. There's Tragar between horses moving up in 3rd. Now 2nd. Now to challenge for the lead. Fortin Hill is 4th back toward the inside. Then Caddo River toward the outside is in the 5th position. Obesos is 6th toward the outside. 7 lengths from the front. Chasing Time is 7th toward his inside. And then Payne is 8th and Surly Furious 9th and last. 22.51 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Dr. Oscar and Tragar 1-2 around the far turn, separated by just a head. And then Pro-Oxidant 3rd, a length off the front pair but looking toward the outside. Fortin Hill 4th back toward the inside. His 3 lengths from the front duo. They turn for home. Tragar has the lead, but here comes Pro-Oxidant, and Obesos going to swing out wide as they move off the far turn, but still in 4th. Pro-Oxidant and Tragar. Fortin Hill looks for running room toward the inside. Obesos coming from the outside. Fortin Hill to the inside of Tragar. Obesos is on the far outside, still moving up, but running out of time. Obesos, Fortin Hill, either side of Tragar. Fortin Hill up the inside. Fortin Hill has the lead. Obesos runs on. Fortin Hill gets it by a long neck for John Velasquez.
Fortin Hill for Larry Best, an OXO equine, finds himself down on the inside of what turned out to be his main competition late in the race. Tragar, the number 2 horse, who looked like there was a chance he could keep on going. Here comes the late kick of Obesos. It looks like he wins the battle with Tragar, but loses the war to Fortin Hill on the far side.
Well, this is a gutsy effort from Fortin Hill. Johnny Velasquez really had to urge him. He was on the inside in the early stages of the race and didn't appear that comfortable and didn't appear to be running very well until the competition took flight in the stretch, deep in stretch. When he has to go in between horses, he really kicked it into gear. And you see what a nice gutsy performance once again from runner-up Obesos, trying hard at the end, can't quite get to Fortin Hill.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 1, Fortin Hill, finished first. Number 9, Obesos, was second. Number 2, Tragar, was third. Number 7, Pro-Occident, fourth. 1927, unofficial. Results of race 7 official, 1927, the official results. Into the winner's circle for race 7 at Keeneland, the Wild Air. Number 1, Fortin Hill, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, the trainer Paulo Lobo, the jockey John Velasquez. Fortin Hill, 7-year-old son of Mucho Macho Man, out of Dusty Rose by Cherokee Run, bred in Indiana by Robert L. Losey. Keeneland September graduate gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 22.77 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Wild Air Trophy presentation to the connections of Fortin Hill. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 19th running of the Bryan Station Stakes. Contrary to the program, the turf rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 5, Mostache, and scratch the 9. More Than Looks. Again, scratch the 5, Mostache, and scratch 9. More Than Looks. Featured 9th race, the Hagyard Fayette. Scratch number 1, Film Star. Scratch number 3, King Fury. Also scratch the 4, Giant Game. Scratch the 12, Best Actor, the 13, Gasoline, and the 14, Time for Trouble. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 1, Film Star. Scratch the 3, King Fury. Scratch 4, Giant Game. Also scratch 12, Best Actor, 13, Gasoline, and 14, Time for Trouble. 10th and final race, scratch the 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15, Freddie Mac. And 16, Real Men, Violin. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 7, Merlin's Magic. Also scratch number 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch the 15, Freddie Mac, and the 16, Real Men, Violin. A reminder, number 14, Tapatoro, draws into the race. 14, Tapatoro, draws into the event.
Time for the graded stakes action on closing day at Keeneland. First up, the Grade 3 Bryan Station Stakes, 1 mile on the turf course. listed as good for 3-year-olds. And some key scratches in here. The number 5 horse, Most Stash, is out. And then the number 9 horse, More Than Looks, scratched. He'll be running in the Breeders' Cup next week in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. Smoky Mandate, the number 4 horse. I'm looking outside the box here and regrouping after thinking that the 9, if he was going to run, couldn't lose this race. But obviously not in it, so certainly doesn't have the chance to win. But Smoky Mandate for Mike Maker, coming off of a second behind More Than Looks in the Jefferson Cup at Churchill Downs on firm going. That was not an outlying type of performance. He had tipped his hand in his most recent 3 efforts. He's really gotten better as of late, especially in his last 2 during the fall time here in Kentucky. I think he's more than capable with Jimmy Graham soon to be in the saddle. 8-1, my top selection, Smoky Mandate for Mike Maker with the strong Mandate gelding.
My top pick as well, is I thought that he ran very well in the Gun Runner and even better in the Jefferson Cup. So to me, he's a horse on the improve since breaking his maiden. He's just gotten into a really good groove, and he's training well at Turfway Park. Now, I also think the key for him is the ability to relax, and that's what he showed in the Jefferson Cup. Rather than vie for the early lead, he settled back, even off a softer pace, and was able to have something at the end that helped him make that nice move to the leaders. Now, More Than Looks ran away from him in the end. I think was the stronger horse. I'm in agreement with you there. He would be very, very tough, and I think he would trade places with the one Talk of the Nation if he were in here rather than headed to California. Meanwhile, Talk of the Nation seems a little short for me, though I like that horse a bit. Talk about him in a minute. I know your second pick was Duden Colorado, who, like a few others in here, I think could be forwardly placed.
Yeah, this has turned out to be a gem for Three Diamonds Farm. This is an Uncle Mo colt that they bought in 2022 to Keeneland Horses of Racing Aid sale for $90,000. And here in 2023, broke his maiden third in the Kitten's Joy Grade 3, won the Colonel Liam, and in his most recent few efforts still ran well. He ran third behind Higante back in May, who would go on and win the Secretariat Stakes on Million Weekend. Comes back off of a 5-month layoff. It's found it interesting that they went ahead and kept on with him. They could have easily just waited till next year, but obviously everybody on a different type of schedule. But this horse in this race off the 5-month layoff, I think it's telling for Todd Pletcher and Three Diamonds Farm with Flavian Pratt in this soon to be in the saddle, and a horse that's run well on good ground in the past. He is a game type runner. He should be able to outperform the current odds that are sitting next to Duden Colorado, who's 12-1 right now.
Yeah, Duden Colorado is a lot like Talk of the Nation, who I mentioned, in that they have tactical speed. They've shown that they don't have to go to the lead, but at the same time, that tends to be one of their most valuable assets. Talk of the Nation, my second pick, is shorter than I anticipated, but that, I think, in part is the respect given to Shug McGahee as well as Jose Ortiz, coming in to ride off the win in the Gun Runner. Now, there's no question Talk of the Nation loved Kentucky Downs. He was favored that day, and he surpassed expectations, winning easily and comfortably, which didn't happen very often at Kentucky Downs. If you look at his previous race in the Manila, when he was under pressure, he was second best to More Than Looks, still ran a good race, but was unable to sustain when he got mixed up on the lead. Before that, in the Jersey Derby, he sat that stalking trip and still was beaten, maybe because he was off the layoff. But I think that the door is open a little bit with his inside post position to him maybe being under pressure again. You've got Duden Colorado to his outside. You've got Runaway Storm to his outside. You've even got Santorini, who can be forwardly placed. And as a result, I think it's going to be a lot harder for Talk of the Nation to get the trip that he needs to be successful. But I do respect his talent.
And then the number 10 horse, Appraise, 7-2. That is a really great price. I don't think even a predictable price with the scratch of More Than Looks and Most Stash in here. It's a Chad Brown turf runner who has good form for Seth Klarman's Klarovich Stables. Last time out, he was very aggressive. Prior to that, second in the Hall of Fame stakes behind Carl Spackler, one of the top 3-year-olds for Chad Brown, and he actually finished in front of More Than Looks in that Grade 2 Hall of Fame. So Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables looking to sweep these 3-year-olds 4-year-old stakes races at a mile on a closing weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse, winning the Bank of America Valley View yesterday. This is a phenomenal price on this son of Kodiak, drawn furthest to the outside.
Yeah, the task for Tyler Gaffleone is going to be to work out a trip because he is wide, and on top of it, he's a horse who's gotten involved in the early pace in his 3 most recent starts. Now, he didn't make the lead in the Gioponte, but he also was kind of struggling to be there and wound up well beaten as the beaten favorite. But he does favor good ground. I think he can handle given the ground. He ran a good second in the Hall of Fame to Carl Spackler, as you mentioned. He was a winner in Allowance Company going 7 furlongs on the lead. He needs to settle from that outside post position, I think, unless some of the others don't show up early. So it's going to be up to the meet's leader, Tyler, to figure it out. A lot of respect for this horse, though. I think he has a lot of ability, and I do think this is a good price for a horse who's been knocking on the door in Graded Stakes Company and looking to get that elusive black type.
Back-to-back graded stakes races on the card. The Bryan Station first, then the Haggard Fayette race number 9 on the card. This 8th race starts the final pick 3 of the day and of the meet. Late pick 3 begins with race number 8 at Keeneland in less than 13 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. 19th running of the Grade 3 Bryan Station Stakes. 3-year-olds at 1 mile over the turf listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. A reminder, contrary to the program, the rail on the turf course is at 0 feet today. Scratch the 5 Mustache and scratch number 9 More Than Looks. Post time is just 6 minutes away. Race 8. Now the post parade for the Bryan Station. Number 1, Talk of the Nation, owned by Joseph Allen, LLC, of Joseph Allen, owned by CHC Incorporated, of Kit Ing, trained by Shug McGahee. Jose Ortiz is the jockey. 2, Gigante, owned by Iapetus Racing of Craig Taylor, Diamond T Racing of Victoria Taylor, Steve Asmussen trains, and Joel Rosario rides. 3, Dude in Colorado, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff and trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Number 4, Smoky Mandate, owned by Freddie Lewis Jr., trained by Mike Maker, the jockey is James Graham. Number 5, Scratched. Number 6, Runaway Storm, owned by Robert J. Hunt, trained by Ethan West, jockey Colby Hernandez. 7, Worthington, owned by Water's Edge LLC of Karen Waters, trained by Mike Maker. Ray Gutierrez will ride. 8, Santorini, owned by Storyteller Racing of Ted Nixon, owned also by Dave Russell and Scott Catlett, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. Alex Achard is up. Number 9 is Scratched. Number 10, Appraise, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, and the jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. Post time for the Bryan Station in just 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race, Felipe Gomez, the groom for number 6, Runaway Storm. Felipe, congratulations.
Talk of the Nation, the number 1 horse continues to get plenty of attention. He's carrying the China Horse Club Silks, owned also by Joseph Allen, bred by China Horse Club. And Shug McGahee telling me he expects him to get good position. Maybe some horses will clear from the outside with the outside speed, and he shouldn't be too far off the pace, and he's been training well since his win at Kentucky Downs.
He is going to have to work out a trip, but it does make sense that he wouldn't want to tangle on the front end. Front end hasn't been as kind as it has in other days past, but that's kind of true to course. With the rail down, you see a pretty true turf course. The horses are able to make a run out of it from off the pace. A lot of sharp-looking horses, though, Scott. I'm wondering if this isn't going to be a really heated pace based on the body language I'm seeing from so many horses.
Santorini, it'll be interesting to see how far off the pace Alex Achard puts this Twirling Candy Colt, who takes a big jump up from first level allowance company, winning last time out, into this group of grade 3 runners late in his 3-year-old season.
For sure, but I think he's a better horse than he was the last time he tried these horses. He finished a few lengths, 2.25 lengths behind Dude in Colorado in the Colonel Liam, even though that finish was 6th. So he's always been a horse that there were high hopes for, and he's been knocking on the door. That win might turn out at Kentucky Downs to be sort of that light bulb moment where he starts to put it all together, and I think he's going to have pace to run down. It's just a matter of where he will be in those early stages of the race and whether he can get position to be able to make that late kick.
The grade 3 Bryan Station Stakes comes up next at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 19th running of the Bryan Station Stakes, Grade 3. Moving into line, race 8. Santorini moves into line. Smoky Mandate goes into the gate. Now here is Appraise, the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. They're off in the Bryan Station Stakes. There goes Dude in Colorado right out for the lead. Santorini there toward the center of the course. And Smoky Mandate is in between that pair with Appraise going in fourth to the far outside as they head into the first turn. Talk of the Nation will travel up, shifts a lane off the rail up into the fifth. Now the fourth position from in between horses. Smoky Mandate is the leader, though, and Santorini's right alongside as they swing around the turn and head for the back stretch. Talk of the Nation between horses in third, a length off the front pair. Appraise was wide around the first turn in fourth. Dude in Colorado back toward the inside in fifth. The break of 3 lengths to Worthington sixth. Runaway Storm is in seventh. Gigante is last of the 8. The opening quarter went in 23.81 seconds. Here's Santorini to take the lead now by a neck, a half length. Smoky Mandate is second by a length. And then Talk of the Nation and Appraise. They move as a team toward the outside. And here's Appraise now moving on from fourth to third to second. Appraise is up to challenge for the lead. The first half mile went in 47.19 seconds. Santorini and Appraise 1-2 around the far turn. Runaway Storm tries to pick up the leaders, has to go to the far outside third. And here's Runaway Storm moving into contention, a quarter mile to go. Santorini, Appraise, Runaway Storm, Talk of the Nation has lost some ground off the far turn. Then Dude in Colorado and Gigante on the far outside. Smoky Mandate back to the inside. Final furlong, Santorini the leader. Runaway Storm is right there, and Talk of the Nation is trying to get going late on the outside. Here's Talk of the Nation. Runaway Storm's got the lead, though. Santorini to the inside. Talk of the Nation on the outside. A driving finish at the wire. A 3-way photo for the win in the Bryan Station.
What a photo finish in the Bryan Station. It's between the 8, the 6, or the 1. Talk of the Nation, who was doing his best running late. It took him some time to get in gear and get into contention with those in front of him. But the bad news for him is those in front of him were not stopping. Very tight on the wire. I'm leaning in between with the 6 horse as it gets super close in the Bryan Station after a mile.
Runaway Storm and Colby Hernandez right in the middle there. Look at him pushing his neck out there, trying for everything he's worth, whereas every stride is answered by the one, Talk of the Nation. This one is very, very close.
Result of the photo, Keeneland's 8th race. In the photo for the win, number 6, Runaway Storm, finished first. Number 1, Talk of the Nation, second. Number 8, Santorini, third. And number 4, Smoky Mandate, finished fourth. 6184, unofficial. Results official, Keeneland's 8th race, 6184, official. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 19th running of the Grade 3 Bryan Station Stakes. Number 6, Runaway Storm, owned by Robert J. Hunt, trained by Ethan West, Colby Hernandez, the jockey. Runaway Storm, a 3-year-old gelded son of Midnight Storm out of Runaway Betty by Runaway and Hyde, bred in Kentucky by Robert Hunt. The time for the 1 mile over the firm turf today, or the good turf, I should say, 1 minute 35.93 seconds. Trophy presentation upcoming. Presenting the trophy for the Bryan Station, Keeneland Library Director Becky Ryder. Becky is retiring this fall, and we thank her for her many years of service to Keeneland. Becky presents To the Connections of Runaway Storm.
A gritty win for Runaway Storm and Ethan West, a first stakes win here at Keeneland. Congratulations, and Colby Hernandez aboard. How was that battle late, being surrounded by two game horses on either side down to the wire, Colby?
You know, he dug in. When the horse on the outside can't run up to me, he wasn't letting the horse pass. He just dug in, never jumping away down the lane.
Did you know you had it?
Yes, down the last 3 yards, he wasn't letting the horse pass. He kept digging in and fighting more.
Well done.
Thank you. I want to thank Ethan and his team for giving me the opportunity.
Ethan, to get a first stakes win here at Keeneland in that fashion, how would you describe it to future generations for you and your family?
Very nerve-wracking. It was exciting. I wasn't sure if we had it or not, and everybody kept telling us that we had it, but until they posted number 6, I wasn't going to believe it.
How much confidence did you have in this horse coming in against a group like this at Keeneland in the Bryan Station?
I was very confident in the horse, actually, even though he was longer odds. He's been training down here for a few weeks now, had 3 very solid works going into it. And after his turf work last week, I called the owner, Dr. Hunt, and he's ready. He's ready to run.
You ready for some champagne?
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ethan West, Colby Hernandez, Runaway Storm, very game today in the Bryan Station.
Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 66th running of the Hagyard Fayette Grade 2. Main track is listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 1 Film Star. Scratch number 3 King Fury. Scratch the 4 Giant Game. Also scratch the 12 Best Actor. Scratch the 13 Gasoline and the 14 Time for Trouble. Again, scratch the 1 Film Star. Scratch number 3 King Fury. Scratch the 4 Giant Game. Also scratch the 12 Best Actor, the 13 Gasoline, and the 14 Time for Trouble. 10th and final race. Scratch the 7 Merlin's Magic. Scratch 13 Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15 Freddie Mac. And scratch 16 Real Men Violin. 10th and final race. Scratch the 7 Merlin's Magic. Scratch 13 Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch 15 Freddie Mac, and scratch 16 Real Men Violin. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race 9 is our closing day feature. The Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette, 1 mile and an eighth for handicap runners here today. And I'm going to take a shot with a horse that I really have liked since I first laid eyes on him in the Pimlico Special back in the springtime, Speed Bias. I think that he is more than capable of winning a race like this here today versus this group. He's 17-1 on the board right now. I focused in on his race 3 starts back where he was second to Bright Future, who would go on and win a Grade 1 in New York after that and is on his way to the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's run against some tough runners. I'm not saying that this is an easy spot by any means, but Speed Bias has it within himself to keep on going at 1 mile and an eighth.
I went to the 10 trademark for Big Blue Nation Racing and Vicky Oliver. Just missed to Clapton last time out, who is Breeders' Cup bound. That race in the Lucas Classic was a big step up, I thought, and he rose to the occasion. He likes Keeneland. He likes the distance. He can sit the perfect stalking trip. Martin Garcia looking for his second winner of the afternoon.
Law Professor the 8 also comes out of tough competition. The Woodward Pimlico Special as well. He ran against Zandon and Filmstar. Filmstar was one of the scratches in this race, the 1. But Law Professor, another one that you've got to respect his battle-tested nature over the last couple of years and his winning ways. He's 6 for 18 in his career.
I like Law Professor, but I wonder if his very best races, his A games against top company, have come when the track has been off. And on the fast track today, maybe a little bit inhibited at the end, but he's certainly a top contender by virtue of his performance in the Woodward last out. And this is his second start off the layoff. I'm including him in the top 3, but I'm also using the 9 O'Connor. 5-1 right now for Safi Joseph. He didn't fare well in the Woodward against Zandon, but before that, Charlestown Classic came running and is capable of a very nice race at a distance of ground. So he's a bit of a sleeper, but I love that Tyler Gaffleone gets back on board, and I think you're going to see an improved effort from O'Connor.
Featured race on this Saturday at Keeneland on closing day. The Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette Stakes is coming up next in less than 13 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 66th running of the Hagyard Fayette Grade 2. A stakes for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1 Film Star. Scratch number 3 King Fury. Scratch number 4 Giant Game. Also scratch the 12 Best Actor, the 13 Gasoline, and the 14 Time for Trouble. Post time at 5 minutes. Now the post parade for the featured Hagyard Fayette. Number 1 is Scratch. Number 2 is Happy American, owned by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Neil Pessin, the jockey James Graham. Numbers 3 and 4, both scratched. Number 5 is Twilight Blue, owned by Carl R. Moore Management LLC of Carl R. Moore, trained by Joe Sharp, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 6, Speed Bias, owned by Keith Johnston and William S. Sparks, trained by Ron Moquette, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 7, Il Miracolo, owned by Alexandres LLC of Eduardo Soto, trained by Antonio Sano Luis Saez, is up. Number 8, Law Professor, owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stable LLC of Stephen Davison and Randy Galat, trained by Rob Atras, Florent Giroux, is the jockey. 9, O'Connor, owned by Michael and Julia Ivarone, owned also by Fernando Vinode, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 10, Trademark, races for BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, the trainer Victoria Oliver, the jockey Martin Garcia. And 11, Dash Attack, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, Catalyst Stable of Rick Greenberg, Kevin Pollard, and Patty Slevin, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey John Velasquez. Post time, 3 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Fayette Best Turned Out Award is Jose Martinez, the groom for number 7, Il Miracolo. Jose, congratulations.
Twilight Blue, the number 5 horse, is 8-1 right now for Carl Moore Management. Joe Sharp, they sprung an upset yesterday in a turf race with the Philly Callie's Grit. This would be a slight upset, and here's a horse that ran a giant race off of a long layoff last time out, second as the favorite behind Dash Attack. This could be a better version of Twilight Blue here today, second off the long layoff.
Boy, he looks tremendous, just glowing from tip to tail. And I think off that last race could step up a little. He certainly deserves a chance to try here. Will be interesting trying it at the 1 1/8 to see if he can actually be right up on the lead and maybe have things his own way.
The number 2 horse, Happy American, trained by Neil Pessin. He's always been straight with us with this horse in these stakes races, and he told me in the paddock, I expect to win this race. He's sharp. He's a horse that he just was too far back last time out in the Lucas Classic, and that cost him. So as long as he's more forward, he's not expecting him to stalk the pace necessarily, but have more position about mid-pack. 8-1 is appealing to me based on Neil Pessin's assessment of Happy American.
Well, he is going to have to come running late, that's for sure, but he's done it before against some really good horses. He's a graded stakes winner, and he can handle the 1 1/8. Several in here, true 1 1/8 horses. I will say he's true to his name. He looked happy. That's the best way to describe him in the paddock and out on the racetrack. Really seems to be sitting on a big effort.
And then Speed Bias, the 6, my top selection. at 12-1. He was very well behaved down in the paddock. I think positive signs for a horse who can be a bit of a handful before the race. He is a gorgeous son of Uncle Mo, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he's the paddock pick. Just a beautiful, beautiful colt by Uncle Mo out of a Malibu Moon mare, and seems to have gotten the best assets of both. He was contained, and I like to see that. There was a contained energy, but he is a high energy type of horse, and he likes to show off. He was doing that a little in the post-parade when he came by the stands, but I couldn't take my eyes off him.
Featured event, the 9th race on the card, Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette. They are approaching the starting gate.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 66th running of the Hagyard Fayette Stakes, Grade 2. Moving into line, 9th race. Trademark approaches the starting gate, moves into line. Here's Speed Bias. Dash Attack will be the last to load. Il Miracolo moves into line. And Dash Attack now comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Hagyard Fayette Stakes. There's Twilight Blue to the inside, comes out for the lead. Law Professor moves up. Now Speed Bias kicks in between that pair as they head for the first turn. Law Professor to the outside and Twilight Blue against the rail. Now Twilight Blue will save the ground, has the lead now by 3/4 of a length as they work their way around the first turn. Speed Bias is there in second. Law Professor now finds himself in third. Il Miracolo is fourth to the inside. Trademark fifth on the outside. O'Connor saves some ground in sixth, but is near the back of the pack here early on. A gap of 3 more lengths then. Back to Happy American, moves up 1 spot in seventh. Dash Attack alongside of that one is eighth and last. That first quarter, 23.55 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. It is Twilight Blue who shows the way and leads it here by just a half length. Speed Bias second, midpoint of the backstretch. Another 2 lengths then. Back to Il Miracolo, who sneaks up to the inside of Law Professor in a battle for that third position. Then Trademark and Happy American, they are toward the far outside, both within 3.5 lengths of the lead. The opening half mile went in 47.48 seconds. O'Connor's trying to move up from in between horses. Now O'Connor has moved from 7th into 5th, now to 4th. But meanwhile, Law Professor moves up, takes the lead by just ahead. Speed Bias is second. Twilight Blue is in third. Il Miracolo is in 4th. O'Connor is 5th. Has to go wider still to the top of the stretch, just over a quarter mile to go, and is still 3 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Speed Bias and Law Professor. Il Miracolo is right there. O'Connor is there on the outside. Twilight Blue is now 5th. Here's O'Connor. Keeps moving forward. Takes a narrow lead. Speed Bias fights onto the inside. Il Miracolo in between that pair. These 3 at the 16th pole. O'Connor, Il Miracolo, Speed Bias. O'Connor with the head in front. O'Connor takes it. O'Connor for Tyler Gaffalione in the Hagyard Fayette.
What a three-horse battle down to the wire for the final quarter of a mile, and especially the last eighth. O'Connor on the outside. He takes some contact with the horse just to his inside, Il Miracolo, and Speed Bias, part of the pace, hanging in there down on the inside. But it's the horse that is 3 off the rail, able to finish this group when it counted. O'Connor for Saffie Joseph Jr. and Tyler Gaffleone.
Well, Speed Bias did everything but win, hanging in there as gamely as you possibly can after being part of that early pace every step. And Il Miracolo could say the same thing. Huge late kick and perfectly timed by the meet's leading rider, Tyler Gaffleone, for a big victory for the Saffie Joseph barn.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th race. Number 9, O'Connor, finished first. Number 7, Il Miracolo, second. Number 6, Speed Bias, third. And number 5, Twilight Blue, was fourth. 9-7-6-5, unofficial. Ninth race results official. 9-7-6-5, the official results. the official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 66th running of the Hagyard Fayette Stakes Grade 2. Number 9, O'Connor, owned by Michael and Julia Ivarone, owned also by Fernando Vinode, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. Tyler Gaffalione, his second win on the card, and he will be the meet's leading jockey. O'Connor, a 6-year-old son of Boboman out of Torrente de Agua by Touch Gold, bred in Chile by Ara Carioca. 1 minute 50.61 seconds, the time for the 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Representing Hagyard Equine Medical Institute and presenting the trophy for the Hagyard Fayette, Dr. Luke Fallon, Dr. Cole Sandow, Dr. Jeremy Shaba, also Dr. Jacqueline Pascoe, Dr. Nathan Slovis, Dr. Kevin Feaster, and Dr. Nemeth Brown, presenting to the connections of O'Connor.
O'Connor takes the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette for Tyler Gaffalione and Safi Joseph Jr., and I think your look says it all from where you came from. How much did he run through the kickback for you here today in this very game and hard-fought victory?
You know, like you said, it was very game, very hard-fought, but he took everything that was thrown at him. He was loving his position, going around the turn. I was really happy with where I was at. Coming in the stretch, he kept finding more, and every time I asked him, he responded. So all the credit goes to Safi and his team. They brought him over here ready to run. I was just fortunate to be passenger today.
How would you describe this meet and how it's gone for you, Tyler?
You know, it's been amazing. I love coming to Keeneland. The horsemen and everyone here is so great to me. We've had a lot of success, and we always have a good time.
Congratulations on the win with O'Connor.
Thank you so much.
Very hard-fought victory in a 3-horse battle in the Hagyard Fayette.
Thank you, Scott. Tyler Gaffalione, 25th victory for the fall meeting. And again, he will be the meet's leading jockey. Congratulations to Tyler. Also to Brad Cox, 13 wins. He will be the meet's leading trainer. And a tie for leading owner, Godolphin and Rigney Racing, 4 wins apiece. Congratulations to all. And those meet leaders will be officially recognized in the spring of 2024. Keeneland's 10th and final race is upcoming. And in the 10th race, a reminder, contrary to the program, the turf rail is at 0 feet. Turf is listed good. There is a carryover of $6,200 for the Toyota Super High 5. And in this 10th and final event, scratch the 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch number 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch the 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch the 16, Real Men Violin. A reminder, number 14, Tapatoro, draws into the race. 14, Tapatoro draws into the event.
Race number 10, final race of this fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. What a pleasure it's been to bring you just first-class racing once again for the fall. And it comes down to this final race, 2-year-old maidens on the turf course at 1 1/16. This is the $1 Toyota Super High 5 race, so keep that in mind. And the number 12 horse is my top selection. That is Mo Caliente for Rusty Arnold, a Uncle Mo colt who showed major improvement last time out when he stretched out to a route. He added blinkers in that race as well. And a replication of that race, I think, will go a long way from this outside draw. The number 12 at 5-2, Mo Caliente, my final top pick of this fall meet at Keeneland.
And Scott, just a word about the payoffs today. We saved the best for last. In terms of the Turf Pick 3, the payoffs range from the $17,000 range to $157,000. And somebody is going to make a lot of money no matter who wins in this. The lowest price in the Turf Pick 3 is the 12, Mo Caliente. For what it's worth, I believe there's only a couple tickets live for 5 in the pick 6. There are no 6, and several will pay off very generously for 4 corrective 6. That's the kind of day it's been. I went to the 8 Act of Mutiny, who is right now at 7-2 for Shug McGahee. Tough beat for Shug a little earlier today, but perhaps Act of Mutiny can end on a high note for the barn. The son of Quality Road was 3rd on the turf last out, sprinting at Kentucky Downs. He handled some give in the ground. He kind of lost touch with the field in the early stages of the race, but once he found himself and got his legs underneath him, he came flying and wasn't beaten that much by some good horses. The second place finisher in that race came back to win. Act of Mutiny, I think, has a very big look here and will really appreciate the distance.
Watch out for the number 4 horse, Time Song, the Not This Time, cold on grass for the first time. Think of Up to the Mark, son of Not This Time, who transitioned to the turf so well. And this is a horse owned by St. Elias Stable as well as Rapoli Stable. 2 even runs on the dirt sprinting, gets to stretch out to a route. I think has a lot of upside here. Time Song, the number 4, Saya's in the saddle.
I agree with everything you said. Time Song is my second choice, and I think it's going to love the turf. Like that Luis Saez gets on board, too, a good combination with Todd Pletcher, but also just a good rider all the way around. And I think Time Song's the type of horse that you kind of have to get after a little bit to get into the race, and I think he does that as well as just about anybody.
This is a huge swing race in so many ways. Just quickly, the will pays on the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. The smallest payoff is $17,500 on the 12. Good luck if you're alive in any of these multi-race exotics, and good luck in the nightcap.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Crestwood. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th. Over the turf, listed good, rail at 0 feet. Carryover of just over $6,200 for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 7, Merlin's Magic. Scratch number 13, Uno Mas Bourbon. Scratch the 15, Freddie Mac. And scratch the 16, Real Men Violin. A reminder, number 14, Tapatoro, draws into the race. 14, Tapatoro draws into the event. Final day of the fall meet, mandatory payouts, the 10th and final race coming up. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 10th race, Juan Mariquin, the groom for number 10. Gotta have dreams. Juan, congratulations.
Look at the 2. Sheriff Joe is a big, flashy colt by Curlin, warming up on the track for this upcoming 10th race. Loved the way he looked. Just kind of stood out. And this is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, currently 8-1, which is square in line with his morning line odds. He was third at Kentucky Downs and ran a very professional, very solid enough effort to believe that he could get the job done. And here, Mike Maker, Joel Rosario teamed up for a win in the second race, and they'll look to double up with the 2 Sheriff Joe. And then the 5 Deadpan, who is also a selection of Tom Leach as well as myself, 11-1, up from 9-2 on the morning line. Son of Distorted Humor out of a Dynaformer mare should really handle the 1 mile and a 16th as well as this turf with some give in it. He showed speed on debut at Colonial and then ended up third, getting a little bit tired. But the one thing about the Colonial horses, they have run their eyeballs out all meet long and at big prices too. So Deadpan would not be a surprise. Looked happy and well in the paddock, and again, the price is right at 11-1. Just a couple minutes left to get the wagers in with those super high 5 wagers. The way this day has gone and those big prices, be sure to include some long shots.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Crestwood. Moving into line for the 10th. Time Song moves into line. Deadpan comes forward. Gotta Have Dreams goes in. Now Domingo and Vivaldi. Mo Caliente moves into line. Tapatoro, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There's Wahatchee. Wahatchee comes right out for the early lead. Time Song is there. Deadpan, Act of Mutiny. Then Tricary back toward the inside. Wahatchee is the leader as they go to the first turn. Time Song is second. Deadpan stacks up to the far outside in third. Vivaldi, center of the course, in fourth. Act of Mutiny is in between horses in fifth position. Domingo is in sixth, just to the inside of that one. Tricary is seventh, saves ground from that inside starting spot, but toward the center of the pack around the first turn. Mo Caliente, 3 lanes off the rail in eighth position. And then Sheriff Joe between horses in ninth. Gotta Have Dreams is in 10th. Awkward move for Vivaldi coming off that first turn. Drops out to the back of the pack. In the meantime, Vera Cruzan moves up a couple of positions from the back. Now into the 10th, now the 9th spot. And then Tapatoro 3 lengths behind that one. Again, Vivaldi is last. It was 23.37 seconds for the opening quarter. They head for the far turn. And Wahatchee leads Time Song a length and a half. Deadpan is third. Tricary moves up the inside. In fourth, Domingo between horses fifth. Mo Caliente is 3 wide to the far turn from sixth position. Then Act of Mutiny, 48.45 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Wahatchee leads it by 3/4 of a length. Time Song is still there, has been stalking the leader the whole way, and now tries to inch forward around the far turn from second. A gap of 3 to Deadpan in third, followed by Domingo in fourth. Mo Caliente is fifth and is still 8 lengths off the lead. Act of Mutiny is 9 from the front. Wahatchee is the leader, has the lead out to 5 lengths coming by the 8th pole. Time Song is in second. Deadpan third. Mo Caliente, then Act of Mutiny, followed by Domingo back toward the rail. Wahatchee, here comes Deadpan, here comes Time Song, Deadpan, then Mo Caliente, Deadpan ahead in front. Mo Caliente and Act of Mutiny are running on. It is Deadpan wins it by a neck for Florent Giroux.
Well, as they turn for home. Wahatchee, the gray, the 3 at 29-1 has the lead, but that lead starts to diminish. And then here they come. Deadpan takes dead aim, as does Mo Caliente on the outside, but saving a little more ground is the number 5 horse, and I believe that ended up being the difference in the end. Deadpan taking the final race this fall meet at odds of 8-1.
Loving the kick in the ground. He is kicking his heels up as he flies down the lane to just hold on with fast closing. Act of mutiny on the outside, involved in that photo with Mo Caliente. Another exciting finish, but deadpan proving best.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 5, Deadpan, finished first. The results are 5, 8, 12, 4, 11. The objection sign is posted. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul has been lodged by the jockey of number 12, Mo Caliente, the unofficial third-place finisher. The claim of foul is against the unofficial winner, number 5, Deadpan, alleging interference at the top of the stretch. Claim of foul involving the unofficial first and third place finishers. Hold all tickets. Again, the unofficial result, 5, 8, 12, 4, 11. On the video boards, the split screen with the program feed to the left, the head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. No change. No change in the result. The result will stand as is. 5, 8, 12, 4, 11. The result stands. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Crestwood, number 5, Deadpan. Now the official winner, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard C. Green, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Florent Giroux. Deadpan, a 2-year-old son of distorted humor out of Glamour and Style by Dynaformer, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the good turf today, 1 minute 44.98 seconds. And again, the results official, 5, 8, 12, 4, 11, the official results. Pick 6 today pays on 5 of 6. The pick 6 pays on 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The super high 5 pays on the exact sequence of 5, 8, 12, 4, 11. In the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy presentation to the connections of Deadpan. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us for the 2023 Fall Meet at Keeneland. We look forward to seeing you on November 8th for the start of the Keeneland November breeding stock sale. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.